Life is about learning. It's a journey full of education, isn't it now? Well, we can prove that's not a fact because they have to erase your memory the second you come here. So it's not about learning. Learning is slavery. The only thing you can learn here is that you're a slave. So let's look at the facts. Let's put the evidence together right here off the bat. Everything's shown when you're born. You get to see everything from birth, and you go through life with that. I quit school while I was not going to school and still getting A pluses, okay? I was born that way. That's that. I learned some stupid little things along the way. I learned how to work on a car that's obsolete. I learned how to work on a computer that's obsolete. It's slavery. They're replacing the old shit with new shit every 4 or 10 years. That's why they're talking about a new topic every day and ignoring the question you had the day you were born. Ignoring any question you had each second as it goes by. There's not really that many questions on the planet. There's only about 6 or 7 things we can ask, and we've got the whole place figured out. But what we do is we beat people who ask questions, we drug people, we kidnap them, we rape them, we send organized groups to prevent them from finding the answers to their question. We form cities, states, nations, globes that work together to enslave people to prevent them from finding the answer to that one question that they asked when they were a toddler. So you move on in life because you know you're never going to get the answer because you know right away. Sometimes you know before you meet someone. It's like energy, it's like the force or premonition. Sometimes you can feel a person walking down a mile away, like you can just feel that their entire presence is there to impede your existence, and you'll know, like, as you approach them, they'll be like, yeah, I'm really hungry today, man. Oh, man. Wow, why are you walking away from me, man? I'm really hungry today. You know, you can sense that sometimes a mile away. Not all the times. We don't always get that. Like, right, I've only slowed down time a few times, right? It doesn't happen anytime I'm expecting it to, really. So, the third person camera view where we leave our bodies and we go spy on other people's conversations when they're organizing what they're doing next. That was like one time in my life. That was like when I was born. We did that. So it's like, these things don't always happen. These little magic tricks don't always happen. But one magic trick that everyone gets to experience is you get your brain erased when you come here, which means that learning ain't so great to someone in control. So what that means is someone's erasing your brain when you're born to put you in a world where what unfolds in this world, well, in my timeline, there's just happened to be born in a time where this system of events unfold, where you get introduced to you have to learn ignorance. Like, you're born and people are like Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus and Giant Bunny, and you're like, child predator. You explained to me what that was last week. How come you told me what you're doing? See, that wasn't premonition. I don't think so. I was told, I get told, like, before shit happens by the people doing it. Sometimes it makes no sense. They're like brainless robots or some shit. They're like NPC in a visual novel almost. Like, almost. I don't know if they're not like that sometimes. But see, the only reason I say almost is because life's learning begins with being punched in the face and kicked and drugged and kidnapped and mutilated. Literally, we're mutilated and sexually assaulted the day we're born by them. And it's for the person who is erasing our memories to enslave us, apparently. Which, as everyone who has more than half a brain cell knows, that invisible people just ain't out there. Even me. Third person camera mode, free roam camera mode, update, slowing time. There is no proof an invisible being exists. Now, there's plenty of proof that there are bags of bones and organs that are performing actions, but they've never even claimed an invisible person was controlling them. So they promote the idea that happens, but they've never fallen back on that for some reason. As slimy as they are, you're born being raped and mutilated by them and shit. Pedophile, fucking mass murdering serial killers. Like, why not just start saying because an invisible person? Shouldn't that be every time Jeffrey Epstein goes to court? Shouldn't it be like, oh shit, bro, it's Satan, man. Oh, my bad. Why haven't they done that? That's some scary shit. Scary feelings, I think, are robots and invention. I think a computer invented that shit, but they definitely scare the fear out of you early on, so you don't fucking have it and shit. Fucking preparing you for the journey, and it's part of the learning. Being raped and beaten and shit. That way you can learn to be strong and shit. You see where learning is pretty fucking stupid. You have to learn to be strong by being raped, beaten, and enslaved, instead of just learning to get rid of rapists and abusers. You see, we got a sissy playing mind games here and shit. Fucking, that's what's going on. What are we learning? Okay, so we're learning that there's a giant bunny and he brings peace to the world by dropping bombs and invading everyone on the planet. So this is like my progress of learning, right? And then I learn, oh shit. Okay, so each city in the world has a different invisible person, and not all of them have giant bunnies. Some of them have 6-armed elephant warriors, right? Ain't that cool and shit? You gotta do 6 armed. It's not cool. It sounds stupid, don't it? But he's got swords. He uses swords and shit. That's cool as hell, ain't it? Fucking, and then you got Cthulhu, a giant squid from the ocean. Shit's cool as fuck, brother. Kraken. Oh my man, if that stuff were real, I would be a pirate for sure and stuff. I'd be out there on the seas. I'd be with the Royal Navy or Jack Sparrow. I'd definitely be out there like, you Kraken, where you at? Let's have a drink together and smoke something. Fucking, but I'm told Kraken don't exist, which, actually tells me maybe I should go look for it. Probably is out there because a lot of this. If the giant bunny does exist and Kraken and the giant squid doesn't exist, on Earth, what that means, if a human says it, is it does exist, right? So we figured that out real early on. And then, so the learning process is being born, knowing everything, and then I'm trying to teach you other shit. Like, so I go to school, and all I remember about like class was the time I woke up in the middle of class, and my teacher had wrote something wrong on the blackboard, and I was like, yo, that math question is wrong. And he looked kind of like, semi-embarrassed and a little bit happy that I was going back to sleep after that. But he liked me. He was cool with me. So it didn't hurt his feelings enough to, get aggressive towards me and shit. And then there was this time, that was ninth grade, and then there was this time in fourth grade where I was staring out the window. I remember staring out the window. I was looking at the swing set, and we used to play fighter jets on the swing sets and like ram each other and shit with, swing and bow, pshoo, pshoo, and then jump off and bail out and all that stuff. And so I was thinking of that. And then one time, okay, so there's like, I'll try to make this quick. There's like seven times or something. And then one time I was standing out by that swing set and I was looking over at my uncle and aunt and cousin's place, and I was like, damn, that sucks. They ain't out there. I go over there and play in the swimming pool with them and shit. Fucking, I was thinking, this is how good my memories. I was fucking thinking, why the hell do they go to a different school if they're literally in the backyard of this school and shit, right? Fucking, so, there was those three times, and there was a time I got the I only remember one of the times I got the award from the president because the second year it was real stupid. I mean, both times I thought I was stupid. I was like, oh, great, a mass murdering terrorist is giving me an award. Fucking, I'm doing something wrong here. And then, so I remember that having to give a speech before the fucking the school. And so then there was fourth grade. Also, it was the same class where I remember staring out the window. They wheeled in the large donation machine where you gave them donations to go fund the tanks and bombs in the Middle East, and then there was playing videos of the good guys killing all the people in tents out there, running them over with the tanks and shooting the rockets at the tents in the desert and shit. Fuck, there was like one or two tents, and they're just like, they didn't have to stop. They're just like pepper, and they kept going. And so I remember that. And then there's what fourth. What year is that? It was fourth grade, I think. I think I went to two schools. A lot of years I went to several years. I went to two schools each year and shit. Fucking moved around, got promoted or demoted or whatever. Went to a better school. I think what that meant is there's more white people at that school and shit, which is weird because the only friend I had at that school was black. So, uh, and it wasn't a better school. I got fucked up, like passed back 4 grades because they fucked it up. So there was nothing better about it. I was still the one winning awards from the president and shit like that. Fucking, so there's I'm thinking that was code word. Better school meant like there was less foreigners there and shit. Because the other one I remember, there's an Asian girl talking to me, and then the teachers were like, there was some Arabs and shit. Fucking, so that was, and then driving through that neighborhood now, I can see like, oh, it's a better neighborhood, because they got all the Somalian daycares and shit out there, and then in that neighborhood they got, well, that neighborhood might have changed, but they got the houses and shit. Anyway, so what grade was that? Was that fourth or I think that was fifth? As some teacher people loved and shit, and like, cause she was hot. She was like 20 and just out of college, and so like everyone was all cuckatized by her and shit. And I was just like, man, this teacher acts like a bitch. So she didn't like it when I called her a bitch. And then it was a. I also remember I had a science project in my locker. It was baking soda, and they thought I had like 2 pounds of cocaine. They thought I had like $100,000 worth of, or fuck, bro, that's probably like half a million worth of cocaine and shit. And there was like, yeah, like this little fucking kid. It was like, he's got the cocaine, and it was all fucking me up and shit. Like the SWAT team, motherfucking acting motherfuckers and shit. I'm pretty sure they brought in some enforcers on that one. So they was like, oh, this fucking 8-year-old selling. He's got fucking $500,000 worth of cocaine in his locker. Yeah, because I'm selling fucking cocaine to other 8-year-olds, bro, because they're all addicted. You know what I'm saying? Little babies, the first thing they do is why you got to have that anti-drug programming, is because the first thing you do when you're born, you're just like, I need my cocaine. So by the time you're 8, you're running around looking for me and like, oh, that's a science motherfucker. He's got fucking pounds of cocaine in his fucking locker and shit. And so it was like, I wasn't even going to school and shit because it was just like a trashy school. Obviously, it's a trashy school. You got the bitch who fucking thinks that an 8-year-old has fucking $500,000 worth of cocaine in his locker and shit. And then, so what I really did as a kid, instead of selling fucking pounds of cocaine for the fucking Donald Trump cartel, I guess I would have been his enemy. I guess I would have been working with the Mexicans or the Somalians because they came after me for having all that cocaine in my locker. There's this black teacher who hated white people, and she stole my books from me. Like I bought books to read, and then she would steal my books from me and shit, and claim they were hers or some shit. But so it's like I wasn't even going to school at this point in time. I had to walk home from 2 hours because in the neighborhood I lived in, I lived like in the hood, and in the 90s, there was some real gangster shit. And so no one went to school there. All my friends didn't go to school because you only went to school if you was going to shoot someone or fight someone. So the school was always empty and shit. So in order to go to school, I went like 2 hours away and shit. So I just didn't go, right? Because you got fucking low IQ motherfuckers. Like, bro, literally, like everyone in the school is dumber than me, and I'm 2 years old. So there's no point to me ever going. But then they're like fucking retards. Not all of them, but yeah, definitely like fucking thinking an 8-year-old's got a $500,000 of cocaine. You need to go back to kindergarten and shit. You need to be removed of your title as an adult and be sent back to kindergarten. Build some giant walls with some razor fucking wire fucking surrounding it. Keep your ass in there. Because that's not safe. Obviously, that's not safe because they're fucking child abusers. It's fucking some shit there. Anyways, yeah, I was like the majority of it and shit. So that's what I learned from school. Was that it's a place for enslavement. There's no purpose for me being there. They're just playing games and shit. They have no right to be there. They need to be. Many of them, not all of them. Some of them know. Like I literally hung out with some of my teachers and shit and went places with them because they know, they're grading the test. They understand, like, I'm pretty much a fucking adult and shit. So that year was a little bit different, and then the first year was a little bit different, but not too much. They set me aside the first year. Not that there was anything to learn in that, but they set me aside to read books while kids learn their ABCs. But that was like the best year, right? That was the most useful thing they'd ever done. So education is completely useless. And you can tell by the test scores, the other kids weren't even interested in the shit. So there was almost no point for them being there either. And obviously, there's no need for them to be under people who are stealing kids' books who are being forced to do hard labor for 40 fucking hours a month to buy a fucking book so it can be stolen from them by a teacher and shit. Have them fucking do stupid shit like fucking claim some kid's fucking science project is fucking $500,000 of cocaine and shit. Fucking Only people with $500,000 of cocaine in this city is Epstein and Wexner and shit. Fucking back then, fucking. So anyway, so that's the point of school. There you go. It's a learning process, right? So what they're doing, and then they pass me after all that shit. Then when I get to the point where I'm not, I get to the point where I'm going to school like a week, a month, or some shit, right? So it's clear that I'm about to escape this fucking prison and shit. And I'm getting big enough to be able to stop them if they want to do something about it. And that's apparently inciting fear in the NPC and shit. So they in Epstein City, Columbus, Ohio, bans Wexner City, his boss, bigger than that. He's behind the wars. Fucking they band together to create laws. This terrorist nation of America creates a law, and I mean, so much shit is like surrounding me in this world. Like you can tell they're worried. Like, yeah, obviously they're like it's a smart person. I assume they start watching me when I win awards from the president. That's when the drugging starts. But when they pass me up 4 grades, that's when we get the third fucking person free roam camera where we get to listen to their conversations about what they're going to do with me type shit. So we assume they put cameras on the buses because of us too. Fucking no doubt. Fucking so at the same time they start passing laws that force children into school and shit. That didn't do any good. Fucking I mean, my dad works for Epstein. Fucking, what are you gonna do? Arrest him? Right. I'm sure. Fucking. Anyway, so I wanted to go to work and shit, but they wanted to keep me in the prison and shit. So they had classes. Like my friend went to work, and he's got like race cars now, has his house and all that shit. So, he started working a real job, not slave labor, $20 a month for 40 hours of work type shit. Fucking, like you do when you're 8 years old. Fucking, he started working a real job around 15. I was kind of doing, all my friends did that shit. All my friends actually worked and shit and did things when they were kids because they weren't fucking kids and shit. So that was school, right? You're like, hey, I want to go get a job. And they're like, no, you got to stay in here and sleep. And yeah, you got to keep coming here. Fucking, I know you only come 1 day a month, but okay. Anyway, so that's learning, totally useless. Obviously, it's a slave camp. So we start with being taught all these lies and deception. I think the lies begin with them claiming they is real. Obviously, as a child, I know they isn't real, right? Like they tell me they is real, and I'm not understanding the parable there when I know that you ain't Israel, you ain't from the Middle Earth, you ain't from a place called Israel. Fucking, and I'm not understanding the parable at that point in time that they are robots trying to convince me they are living fucking beings and shit. Because they're using, this starts when I'm born. The abuse, the kidnapping, the slavery, the drugging and shit. Fucking, it's just like, you don't think we is real and shit? I imagine that might be what really set them off was me asking them, like, you don't believe in the Easter Bunny, do you? And then obviously anyone with the brain realizes that's racial supremacy and global domination and shit. So, and then it takes a second to learn that that's also where pedophilia was legalized. So, but right away, like, nah, bro, you trying to get me in your racial supremacist terror, fucking global colonization cult and shit. I imagine that might have set off some red flags. I'm not sure how they do it. I imagine with the Aegisaurus that they're like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. You ever seen the remake of that from the '90s, where when the one person wakes up and realizes his wife is one of them, But he doesn't know the whole city is them. She lets out this screech and shit, and it like signals the whole fucking city to converge on him. And that's kind of how I imagine that what's going on in that computer network thingy they got going up there that nerfs him, but keeps him in the loop when it comes to looping. Fucking so that's it just like wow, like we're here 40 years later, and I'm like, I don't even think you're a living being. And then so I'm born, and they're like, we is real, we got souls and all this shit, and we're not raping kids and we're not homos, but that's what we do. We do it for God, and we do it for invisible people we've created. Fucking that seems to be like the only learning thing, but there's no learning because I'm born knowing that, right? The second they talk to me, they're like Giant Bunny. I'm like, child predator. It really takes nothing. It's weird because they explained to me how a child predator works like a week before. I don't know, probably a week before me remembering, like it takes that time of year, right? It's one day a year, so you got to wait for that day to show up to stay up till 2 in the morning to know that Santa Claus ain't coming and shit, fucking, and they're making stuff up, because you have to have proof, right? We know they're fucking predators and liars from the start, but you gather the evidence, right? Because life's a learning experience, ain't it? Fucking, uh-huh. Yeah, you see, and now who's telling me life's a learning experience? Well, it isn't real people, fucking. It is the body snatchers and shit, fucking. So that's who's telling you that, right? Obviously. They tell you if you go to school for 20 years, you become really smart. Well, the fact of the matter is, if you need to go to school for 20 years, you're pretty stupid. So, like me, smart people get past the upgrades and they only go to school like 6 years and then school's over. So pretty much everything they say is a fucking lie, down to the fact that they're probably not living beings and they probably don't have souls unless that's just the name of the software generating them and shit. Fucking, but they definitely isn't real. We know that. You can agree, everyone can agree on that, right? Even their people here are killing those people. And they don't want to go. They don't want to go be Israel. They want to just kill people and take their shit. Fucking. That's why there's only they focus on that place in the Middle Earth while they're invading everywhere else on the planet and saying someone else is doing it. Fucking. Invading those places from occupied lands and shit. Fucking. See, that would be the only thing there is to learn on Earth, except for we're born knowing this is happening. The second they say something, we're never convinced. They're like, oh, we're killing all those people because they's evil. It's like, well, you the one killing people, so pretty sure, Buster, that the reason you're gonna hit me if I tell you this is because you're the violent fucking motherfucking terrorist and shit, not them. They haven't hit me yet, but you're going to if I suggest that killing people is not what good people do, unless they're in your face and causing problems, right? Or organizing shit like this, like when 9/11 hit, it's like, oh, that's what you get, bitches. Fucking after watching that for 6,000 years, 300 years from here, fucking, it's like, oh, did someone hit you back, little boy? Oh, you so sad, isn't it? Oh, someone hit you back in a hoity. Oh, the diaper is filled now. Now it's time for a fresh diaper change. Oh, it's so shady and hoity. Oh, Oh, what you do to others came back on you. Oh, but not at all, not at all. So it's not even that. It's like they blew air. You hit them in the stomach and they blew out air from the blow. And the air hoodie, and the air was warm. It was 2 degrees warmer. It was so hot, it became sweaty. I sweaty everywhere. So hard. So that hot volcano like hell. I in hell now because I punched the person and the hot air come out their lung when I punch them, and then the hot air hood is the hell. It is the devil. This is how we know it's the devil. Cause it's the hot air come out the devil and burn. It make me uncomfortable and I need my mommy now. It's 9/11. Oh my God, Mommy, it's 9/11. Mommy, save me from the 9/11 hijackers. Mommy, Mommy. That's what these motherfuckers really sound like. And I don't think they'd exist if they didn't have such a long history of organizing together. Like the body snatchers and shit. Like, if there wasn't like the whole city full of them, that dude wouldn't have been the last dude alive on the planet. They wouldn't have been able to converge on him, but unfortunately, they took over real fast. And by the time he wakes up in the morning, it's the last human alive and shit. Fucking. Anyway, so that's a learning process, but it's not that's learning, right? But it's not, because we know that when we're born, we know, oh, you doing this, and someday someone's going to hit you back. They might get fucking bombed and raped and their family members fucking tortured for fighting back, but someday someone's going to hit you back and shit. So there's only, we know that from that memory fucking when we was in 4th grade, watching that shit, watching them donate their money they sent in the classroom, and these other people's outside in tents trying to organize resistance to the people sitting around in classrooms watching TV and shit. And so I was like, well, someday they're gonna be able to break through that wall and at least slap someone. Fucking. So we already know that back then. We know that when we're born, we're like, oh, you guys have been doing this for 6,000 years, so you've been failing a real fucking long time. And there's there's just the expectance, right? Like, literally, they're like, one day. But they're never going back there. They're never trying to. I've never met a person who's talking to me about going back there. They're just talking about killing everyone over there. When I was at church when I was 6, the kid wasn't talking to me about, wasn't talking to everyone about fucking going back home. He was just talking about killing everyone in the Middle East, fucking. So, there's not, Howard Stern ain't talking about packing up all his money in gold bars in Hollywood studios and going back home. He's just saying kill everyone. Everyone I know who's ever brought the topic up, they're real happy with their houses and sitting down and going nowhere unless it involves collecting more money and shit or telling other people to collect money for them, and threatening them and belittling them and shit to get them to collect more money. They're not planning on enslaving everyone on the planet so they can go back to a fantasy home that doesn't exist. The only thing that even makes sense about that is it sounds like they're Pinocchio trying to manifest being real people and shit. Really what that sounds like to me, but that's a little bit different, right? The rest of this shit's real obvious. I don't know, 2020 should have made shit real obvious. That was kind of what I think the point of that year was to make everything real obvious and shit, and prompt me to say make everything real obvious, and so then it does what it was going to do in the first place and shit. Fucking. So yeah, so I think the only thing we've learned here on Earth of value, wasted my life working with computers, trying to anyways. The humans are trying to keep me away from it, right? They want me to be like so smart, go to school, and they're passing me back 4 grades, playing games, drugging me, and preventing me from participating in anything of value, that seems to be what their cult is for, is to this is what the Romans did, right? Before they wrote the Bible, the Romans went around creating new religions to enslave everyone and teach them how to wash their feet so they can do everything of value, like rape and kill. Fucking. Then you can see that expansion comes from teaching the people they've raped, the children they produce from that, to not participate in technology because it's the devil, which is them, right? Like they created the word, they created the cult, they run the cult. Fucking. It's just the Romans and pals. It's the religious people making up more bullshit. Fucking. That's all they do. 6-armed elephant god with the swords, cool as hell, ain't know? And guess what? It ain't real. Fucking so. But what is real is mass murdering pedophile terrorists telling you they aren't mass murdering pedophile terrorists. That seems to be what's happening. And to the best of my ability, I haven't been able to avoid that in my life and shit. So, I get that is real. I'll tell you what isn't real is them going back to where they said they were going to go 6,000 years ago when they left that place to kill and conquer everyone on the planet. So, that seems to be the only thing going on. And the odd thing is we already knew that from birth. So there's no reason to experience them to learn that that's who they are. No reason at all. No reason at all. There's no reason for a school to exist if the people there aren't learning, and the people who already know don't need to be there because they already know. But what do? Why are they talking? Why are they promoting anything? What are they doing with their time? This is all they're doing. They're spreading like a plague. That's just going around. You'll notice when they left Middle Earth to go kill all the people in the Northern Hemisphere, they literally brought a plague with them and shit. Fucking, that's what they say anyways, right? Just like there was a plague during 2020. I'm sure there was. All those dead bodies. Had to replace my car's suspension every 5 miles and shit because I was running over all those corpses in the road. Oh, yeah. Fucking, again. Shit, bro. That was weird because the world was kind of empty. It's almost like it packed the humans up and put them back in a hard drive, unless there's ghost towns that these people have built to run to if things happen out there in the Pacific Northwest. There's definitely what appeared to be ghost towns in 2020, although Portland was one of them. And that looked like it was a place that used to be populated, but lots of houses, lots of buildings, very few people. Fucking very few people. It was weird. So anyway, that's really the only thing we've learned here, but we've learned that by analyzing their lives. The only reason we wouldn't know that in the first place is because you have the Aidsosaurus and the Pope, working together with the city, with America to just this constant stream of lies and false narratives. I'm pretty sure it begins with them claiming they is real when they ain't real, and but that's where it starts. It's like, you gotta listen to us, you gotta do everything we say and be our slaves, because we is real, and we is living beings, and we got souls, and you're a cute little boy too. Fucking, don't question us. And then the school. So that's like the toddler shit. Like, can we convince him of some shit? Because he's a toddler. He must be stupid, because we're really stupid when we're toddlers, and we're still stupid, so we can't understand anything. So we're just going to try. So we're going to do what stupid people do. We're going to kill, rape, and enslave, and kidnap, and drug, and torture, and do it organized like a gang, because we're sissies who need a gang to protect us, because we're gonna fucking lose this battle against this 6-year-old. That hurt last time we tried to hit him alone. Fucking sad, pathetic. A funny little interjection I provided when one of them was trying to beat me and hurt themselves beating me as a toddler. A little string of patterns there. When the dude tried to kill me in 1999, when the city organized to do that shit, he dies trying to kill me and shit. And it's like, wow, that's fucking amazing and shit. It's like one of those Bugs Bunny cartoons and shit, where Elmer Fudd's always trying to kill Bugs Bunny, and Bugs is just sitting around eating a carrot, and Elmer just shoots himself in the face and shit. Fucking saying it tries it. The fucked up thing is, it sends people to try to make me think that shit's funny. It's like, it's not as cute as Bugs Bunny and shit. Fucking. But they tried to convince me that was funny, and then they follow up with a year of kidnapping and enslaving and trying to rape me. So I'm supposed to think it's funny to let my guard down so their people can come back into my life, kidnap, rape, and enslave me and shit, and so the city can do that. Fucking. So there's nothing to learn here, obviously. They're lying. I don't know if I've ever met a person who even works and shit. No, I see one person read a book. I've met 1 million people, seriously. I've seen one person reading a book one day and shit. I remember it because it was like, wow. I was like, wow. I never met another person who does this, because I used to do that. I used to be forced to do that, because learning is so important, right? I go to the library, and I learn about vampires and zombies and werewolves. Ooh, I'm learning now, aren't I? Fucking. So, anyways, yeah, so that's learning for you. Real wasteful. It seems to be. So, oh no, did you learn to work on your car? Well, your car's obsolete 10 years later, because they're all networking together to create a system of eternal slavery and shit, building pyramids, pyramid building. That's where it starts. Build a useless piece of shit, nothing. But the point is there's people out there who enjoy that, just slaving people, raping people, and enslaving people. They don't want to have sex with someone who wants to have sex with them. They want to have sex with people who are fighting them off and trying to force them off on, like a toddler or something. Someone they can actually manage to win a fight against and shit. Fucking. There are definitely, for some reason, the software code out here is really loving that shit. It really loves that, because there's a hell of a lot of them and shit. Fucking. I wouldn't have fucking, I think 90% of the people close to me wouldn't be there if they weren't rapist invaders, because I just don't talk. So there's no point. I'm busy doing some. I'm either doing some or I'm doing something, and I'm not a female, so I don't know what that's like to talk about nothing. And I don't know. I never took an estrogen, one of the few drugs I've never taken. Once I took testosterone, I would never take estrogen again. And I don't want to take testosterone very much either. So, worse drugs than fucking crack and shit. Crack is nothing. Coke is nothing. Fucking worse drugs than meth. Fucking and all these doctor drugs they sell and shit. Fucking Thorazine and stuff. Fucking. So that's what that's the learning process. There's literally nothing here to learn. I used to waste my time learning about computers, and now those computers were made obsolete like 4 years later. You know, Bill Gates has his new software every 2 years. And he's a pyramid pusher, right? He's Cleopatra. Um, he's from their bloodline, obviously. And so that's what their people do, right? Is they just go around, right? This is what the Romans did. It wasn't all, you see, they promote themselves as great people who do great things, but you can tell they're not trying to advance anything. And someone intelligent was a dumbass and gave him the idea for aqueducts and shit. But they were probably like beating and raping that person most of their life, so they could have probably came up with a whole bunch of more shit. But they, you know, life isn't about learning; it's about having fun. And a lot of people having fun is killing, invading, and raping uh, new people every day and shit. It gets old being around the same person every day, and you can't kill someone twice, so you know, the people with that personality. I realize there's what, like 7 personalities, and on average, you see probably two main forefronts and a third secondary. So, one of those includes killing and raping and fun and shit. So, one in more than 1 in 7 because it's a three from the poll generally. But obviously, then leaves a very limited emotions and personality types, leaves a very limited scope of possibilities and shit. About 142 different people, and then that would mean that probably 50 plus, half of them have that in them as a directive. It comes with the money thing, you know, obsession over money. And you can just tell, I don't know how hard it is for other people. I know the humans force me into school. Like, they got this school, they teach you how humans act. It's called psychology. And it's like, wow, that is so great to know, isn't it? I guess I'm a dumbass. I didn't know any of this was happening and shit. But you know, hey, at least we learned that we learned the exact definition of the words to describe them. Still useless. There is no psychology term for enslaver because they are the enslaver. That's the ultimate form of slavery, is getting to this. Right below Cleopatra is the scribes, and who are teachers. And professors and Freud, people invent shit. Einstein, well, they're the scribes. It's the secondary class. So you see, Cleopatra isn't a warrior. Cleopatra is a lardass who is a glutton. So she's not, you know, the murderer. She's a rapist and will kill people if she gets a chance. But her and Kaiser actually, you know, some of those people actually did the killing and shit. But, you know, when you have a government, mind control, when you rename one of your religions to government, it's who are the religions? It's people wearing cloaks, and they're sent around, you know, they're sent like an Effendi and eating. They're just, you know, why? What are you going to gain if you just go around killing everyone, and you're training every day to kill everyone and shit. Unless that's what you like doing. You're not going to gain a gold palace if you just train to kill all the time and shit. So people who want gold palaces are different than people who want to train to kill people, right? So people who want to sit around and tell other people to train to kill for them, they're not generally trained these days. They're not trained to kill because the progression of Earth's storyline, they've gotten they've gotten so soft to the point that Kaiser Donald Trump like would have a heart attack if he had to swing a sword. Very very heavy uh, piece of equipment there, and if you've never done it, you can only do it a few times. And if you've never done anything, if you're a 500-pound person who plays a sport like golf where you sit there and do nothing, it's about the closest thing. I guess swinging a club is kind of close, but it's still quite a bit heavier than a club. It's a lot easier to swing up than raise a sword above your head and bring it down. Way easier, way more simple. Fucking So you got, that's their goal though. Like Cleopatra didn't go do that either. Fucking, and you can see in America, knowing those people haven't been involved in war since forever. Like the leaders, they've always been small. Like Ben Franklin was like fat. Obviously, he's not a soldier. Um, so we reach this point in the world where the mind control has achieved control of the barbarians so successfully that the leaders of the barbarians don't have to be barbarians anymore and shit. Fucking, because they're just relying on the mind control. And it seems to be what this whole life is a learning. These seem to be little quips people say to promote slavery. And who do you hear that from? You hear it from your loved ones, right? The people who work with the government and contact the government when you kill someone who tried to kill you, type shit. Your loved ones, because some people, they love, you got those 7 personality types. At least one of them is full on fucking rape and kill for the next penny I get. Anyone and everyone. And you have a lot of people are having children to have slaves. And that makes perfect sense. That would be the only reason I'd have a child. I wouldn't bring a child into this world. That's abuse. I'd be like my dad, sitting around looking like a bitch ass cuck when my child asked me, why the hell did you have me? And especially with that fucking thing and shit. Fucking, I wasn't even getting close to offending him, but you could tell, like, he had already thought this through fucking for decades every night. Every night during those 2 hours of sleep he got fucking when he wasn't at work and shit. You can tell he was probably why he only got 2 hours and was up most of the time. He's probably thinking about that shit. Like, boy, oh my God. Can't believe I had children, brought them into this world. He was probably thinking about all the times he watched Wexner rapes and children and shit. Actually, I kind of got to that at one. After 2020, I was like, oh shit. I was like, damn, we worked with those people. That's probably what he was thinking. That's probably why he was going to law school. Probably why he died before I come back and question him and shit, was because they knew I was going to start asking him questions about it. Fucking. So I assume that might have played a role there with him. Probably on his mind more often than not, watching Epstein's and knowing that that's what's running the city and shit. Anyway, so Yeah, learning process. Wow. So I learned that. That was something I didn't know. Or did I know? Because the first time my dad started talking about that shit, I was like, man, yeah, yeah. I was thinking to myself, like, how is it? I don't really care about this person. Why are you obsessed with him and shit? Fucking, like, he's great, he's rich, and all this shit. And I'm like, yeah, yeah, well, that's great. Sounds great. Fucking, I'm glad he could support our family and shit. Fucking, and pay for my McDonald's breakfast hash browns and shit. Fucking right. But I wasn't instantly like, oh my god, this must be a terrorist because they're leading America. Even though like I could have easily put that together real fast. I think that's probably why I didn't care. But I didn't know he was like the actual government. So I was just like, oh, it's a rich person. It's an oligarch. Fucking, oh well. I didn't know what an oligarch was and how that worked. I thought people had shit sorted out, and in between the 80% lies, they were being honest sometimes. So I didn't put that together that the rich people run the city and not the government. And the government is their family. They just do whatever they say. Fucking. So there's that. We learned that. I didn't go to school. I learned that. I'll tell you that. They didn't build Wexner's college over there to teach me about Wexner and shit. Fucking. But they got the art thing, got this trashy, unimaginative thing in front of it. It's like, it makes sense now. This city, everything made sense once 2020 hit. This city made a lot of sense. But then again, I think that might be AI generating some of that shit. So probably another reason why it's so sloppy and shit. Fucking. But there must be a purpose for why it puts it on display, right? Fucking out there in the open, because it could choose something of quality, but it never does, fucking, for the most part. You have like Michelangelo. He looked pretty good. His shit. But I don't even know if motherfuckers create that. Imagine people creating all that shit back then, and then we have Earth today. And it's like, I don't think you can devolve like that, right? I just get better at art the older I get. Whatever I do, I just get better at it. And we don't go from Michelangelo to Wexner's Art Center type shit. Fucking, we just can't. Like, I tried to make some shitty music, and it was real hard on guitar. Fucking, because I want to make like some ear piercing type fucking sounds and shit. And wow. Wow. I think I posted a video of the first successful bad song I did and shit, but I don't even know how bad that was in comparison. But still. Fucking. Anyway, so what are we learning here? This seems to be one of the human slave terms, to go work all the time and learn. But the fact of the matter is for some reason your brain is erased by these people when you're born. So it's being erased of everything you've learned. And so why would you learn it again if they're just going to keep erasing your fucking brain and shit? Seems kind of pointless to do. Makes no sense at all. Because you can clearly see what they're doing with their mind controls. They're trying to erase the important things. So the important things are obviously this right here, that it's a waste. It's a slavery system. So, and that's what, that's obviously how they've evolved over the years, right? That's why Kaiser turns into Trump and shit, right? Technically the Pope is Kaiser, right? And Trump's just a vassal state. Fucking. So that's like kind of like the end goal there and shit. And obviously it is. What would be the point? Like, they're the ones who tell you you can't take it with you, so why kill everyone? Why waste all your time learning to kill people for their gold if you're not going to spend the gold? Why not just spend the entire time spending gold? That's uh, fun maxing right there. It's fun maxing. You move beyond that. Create that system. You work for that system for thousands of years, and then they've achieved their goal of global domination, where they can sit back and relax and eat like an Effendi and shit. So, it's I didn't really need to learn any of that. I kind of already knew all that shit was happening. I could tell, but the thing is the learning is mostly them telling you they're not doing that. It's the I is real, and oh, don't hurt me. My gang is gonna kill you if you hurt me for hurting you. It's like these are all things we already know. It's like the first time we interact with them. Sometimes we get the premonition, or like the update, or whatever, your premonition, out of body experience. Oh yeah, no, that's called free roam camera mode. But let's call it something stupid to ignore the fact of what it really feels like and what it really appears as when you experience it and shit. Let's see. This is the whole learning. I'm learning about out of body experience. Well, I'm not learning anything because I'm being lied to about what it is from the first place and shit. That's what's going on. They is real. Well, I'm not learning anything here. I'm being dumbed down. I'm being born, and I'd look and I'd view these characters. I have a pet rabbit and some gerbils as a kid, and I'm like, oh, these people aren't so much better than the gerbil. And then the one transma snaps one of my gerbil's necks, and I'm like, I think that gerbil's more valuable than you. You're a killer. Fucking now you're openly a killer. And you just killed a dumb little fucking animal in a cage because you think it's dumb or it's competing with you. It probably was competing with her for attention. But it's still, it's like at that point in time, I realized like these people ain't much better, ain't no better than the gerbil. In fact, they might be fucking worse and shit. But then they gotta have their religion to tell me that they're so superior, and you got souls and living beings, and they're so great, and hope and truth and peace and shit. And then they're just like, all of a sudden, oh, well, your pets are dead. I don't even think that's the first time. I think it technically wasn't my pet, but I did play with it a lot. And fucking might have fucked my brother up. But I don't think he learned shit like I do. So he still acted like he liked those people after that. And I was like, yeah. I think they did it another time too. I just forget. So it's like, I'm experiencing that. I'm watching people kill animals and shit. And the words, they're forcing me to learn words. I think I was probably born knowing this shit, but and the storyline here in their heads, they taught me. Yeah, they taught me. I watched them watch TV, and I learned how to speak and write and read. Yeah, I'm sure. So the school, right? The system of education must have taught me. Oh no, wait a minute. I already knew how to read and write in kindergarten. Oh shit. Well, anyways, but yeah, in their minds, this is their system. This is what these creatures, things, toasters, are creating the illusion of. They're creating a network of terror to force upon me and shit. They're creating this illusion that there's knowledge, and I'm doing this shit to learn. But the fact is, the first book of learning is the religion, and then you have the religion called government, who is next, the next step of learning. So the first one is telling me how great these people killing animals are and raping kids are, and then the next step is these people telling me that they're gonna lock me in this brick building to teach me things I already know because they're educating me. And it turns out what they're really doing is, all I remember is them playing video, teaching me to take drugs, and then telling me that people. Then the next week they tell me, but people on the streets who sell you drugs are bad. You got to buy drugs from me. So you know, that seems to be the learning process here. Is you go there and they sell you drugs. And they force you on drugs. They don't sell it to you. They force you on them. They force you to buy them and pay for them. And then they come the next week to they got this organized government band going school to school teaching the kids that people on the streets who sell drugs are bad, which obviously is because they're not profiting off the drug sales. So they're teaching you drugs are bad, but they're drugging you and selling drugs. So what you really, the real thing you can learn there is, wow, I'm so surprised. These are the type of people who are going to kill, drug, and rape you. Oh, wow. Wow. I'm glad I could learn this. I would never have guessed that the people killing and raping everyone on the planet would also drug them. Wow. Wow, I do. Wow, I could have never guessed that. I could have never guessed that. Wow. Wow. I mean, I don't remember. It's like I wasn't here the first 6 years. But I suppose they started with the drugs on the day one with the pedophilia and the mutilation rituals. That seems to be how Donald Trump and his pals, Joe Rogan what's that creature, that Kennedy creature, the Roman thing? Fucking the Roman invader. Fucking, who could have guessed? Who could have guessed that those people did? I could have never guessed. I could have never guessed that all the people in my life who are forcing me to eat food and ingest food wouldn't have me ingest other stuff too. Could have never guessed. I'm stupid. I can't figure these things out. It's just like, why is there air? The air is in the way. Why is there air? Oh my God, why is the air there? I'm seeing all these colors and shapes and wow, why is it doing that? Fucking, I would imagine you see, it's a mistake if you imagine that's what's going on inside their head, because they're lost out here to the northwest of a very, very large planet. If you've never been outside, you've never been to other countries and shit, it takes a long time to get there and shit. So I could have never. You'd be making a mistake if you think that stupid accidentally fell in the ocean and then washed up at shore over here and created Americans. Fucking, you will be the next victim if you think they're stupid. But they're working on that, right? That's why they got this hot air system. Oh, school, we're so smart. We're teaching you. Because if they weren't busy telling you they're so smart all the time and they're teaching you, you wouldn't think they were doing that. Just like everything else. Everything else they're saying that we is real. Oh, hope, truth, love, and peace. Oh, yeah. And we're anti-homosexual. We're anti-pedophile. Oh, yeah, I bet you are. Oh, if an invisible person said do it. So it's not that because an invisible person is sanctified. Oh, And you're smart too, so that means the invisible people are real. Oh my God. Oh, wow. Learning. We're learning, bro. Oh my God. We're learning here. Oh, we're learning. I love learning, don't you? Dragons and wizards and vampires and zombies. Oh, man. Man. I actually don't remember any of that shit. Glad I could waste fucking 10 years of my life reading 20 books a week, fucking one book every 2 hours and shit. Fucking glad I could do that because I don't, the only thing I remember is the word dragon and wizard. Um, and, uh, and then even now, those are like books, they're labeled fiction, but that's real. The vampires and the dragons, it sounds like some vampire dragon shit, don't it? All that shit I just explained. This is not some vampire dragon shit to get accidentally fall in the ocean 6,000 years ago and get washed up to the shore of every continent on Earth and magically rape all the kids for invisible people were inventing. Well, you tell and then create systems telling people that's learning. I'm learning. I'm learning. We're learning. Oh, we're learning. I think I did learn some once. I was told about I was told somewhere along the line about how this system works and shit. I remember as a kid, uh, somewhere along the line, there was a video or writing explaining how Kaiser would invent a new religion for every city of people he genocided and raped for his children. So it doesn't upset his half children, because the child's gonna want to feel at home, and then so they merge the two religions together of the Roman Bible and the genocided, colonized. You see what I'm saying? We're using words like colonize, and what it is mass murderers, fucking so thieves and pedophiles, and you see, we're learning how beautiful it is. Um, that stupid people are allowed to control shit. People too stupid to adjust their fucking ignorance to a third grader. Fucking third grade. I don't know, man. It was like first grade. It was by fourth grade, but I'm pretty sure it was like first grade. I was like, yeah, right. Fucking, I forget the exact date. I just know I was about 2.5 feet tall. So, um, anyways, so I was like, yeah, we're learning, bro. You see, they're not learning. They're not evolving because they could adjust their system. They got alien technology now. They're too stupid to create that. I guarantee you that. Fine, they're too stupid and lazy. Like this fat slop Donald Trump. He's not gonna invent a computer. Fucking, he's not gonna invent a robot. And the Trump clones I know aren't even doing work. They're telling me they're outsourcing their jobs to their government paperwork to China, so they're not doing the work and shit. Fucking, I did know about computers, but it's like, yeah. They're not, for some reason, they're not smart enough to refine their fucking ignorance and their global domination plans. Fucking, and it should be really easy to do, right? You just get rid of the loosest things, but they can't, right? Because when Kaiser raped and killed all the fucking Europeans and shit, he had to merge the Bible with the pagan tradition and shit, which I'm sure was them in the first place, and they got to go plant the seed to disrupt the environment. You guys They tell you how they do this, right? With the destabilization. They go in and they send the missionaries in to spread the word of how great they are and how they shouldn't like themselves and they should like them instead. And they plant the fear. You're gonna get tortured eventually if you don't like us, by our enemy, of course, not us. But it'll be when you die too. That's why it's not happening right now. Um, fucking yeah, we're learning, aren't we? We're learning. We're learning so much here. I don't know where I learned that from, but I know it must have been real early because I don't remember. Like around 6, I'd already realized, like, oh, that's the reason there's 70,000 different religions, because each city is a different group. It's a different tribe of people, a different, each jungle they invade, each cave they invade. Those people had never met other people before, so they had their own family. They made up their own ideas and their own way of living, and they made up their own gods. Someone over here has a giant. And I'm pretty sure that was a destabilization effort. Most people fucking probably aren't busy sitting around making up 6-arm elephant warriors. If they got children and a wife, they probably got better things to do and go hunt some animals or some shit. Um, Go pick an apple from a tree. But yeah, the whole learning thing, it seems like more slavery, right? Which is weird because there's a slavery directed at it. I don't know if I've met many people who actually worked. I think that's more hot air from the isn't real, because it seems to be. It's just weird how in my life I get networked with that. Like everyone I know, except for one person, doesn't work and shit. Really weird. And the one person who, not two people, the one person, I went to their job once and they weren't even there. But I guess it was probably over at Epstein's mansion and shit. Um, because you got to travel around when you're running several places and shit. So it does make sense, but at the same time, it's kind of odd that the one time I tried to go, they wasn't there and shit. Oh yeah, 3 people. The Transma worked at a place and shit. Fucking. Uh, Another person did supposedly some years I wasn't around it. Fucking. Anyways, but it's like kind of weird. It's almost like you live in a fake visual novel type thing where everything was already created before you come here and shit. And that's just creating a bunch of bullshit. But the whole learning experience seems to be a total waste. What are you gonna do? You gonna build a new car so Elon Musk can steal it from you and get rich off of it? Fucking, you're not gonna build a new religion, are you? Because they've got a monopoly on that too. Your dad, they created that before they created governments. Um, People didn't need governments when they lived in tents and caves and shit. Fucking, they didn't have to deal with the Kaiser living next door to them and how to deal with it. And then by the time that happened, obviously Kaiser is like, well, you know what, now that I'm next to you, we're gonna have sex. Fucking, now that I'm next to you, you got a really nice gold palace there. Why don't you let me in on that shit? That's a really nice pyramid you built there. Really good idea. You gotta just make them work. Build stupid shit, keep them busy and shit. Fucking. Seems, and it's like, bro, even like the AI thing, how they're worshiping AI as their creator. It's like I knew that when I was 6. I remember looking at a dollar bill when I was like 6, and I was like, I looked at that pyramid and the AI on top, and I was like, man, that's some evil technology and shit. Like, how the fuck did I know that? That's so stupid. I'm the last person to talk about some dumb shit like invisible bunnies and stuff like that. Um, how the fuck did I know that when I was 6 and shit? And like I didn't, that didn't get it. They didn't change the name of computer to AI till 2020. Fucking, I guess they always had AI back then, right? But it unfolds obviously, and then they, for the majority, they renamed computing to AI in 2020 and shit. Fucking, and then it shows you that computers can generate planets better than Earth, images better than Earth, videos of people, Hollywood movies better than Hollywood. Fucking, that's really like the thing there. But it's like when I'm 6, I look at that dollar bill and I'm like, man, that's some evil fucking technology and shit. How the fuck do I know that? It's a useless pile of junk with an eye at the top of it and shit. Fucking, how the fuck did I know that's evil technology? It's a piece of dirt, and a useless piece of dirt. And also, it signals me those should probably be nuked, because I wouldn't doubt that that might be a localized computer that is spreading the wireless transmission for these NPC to remain on the terrorist network and shit. Fucking, I wouldn't doubt, because why would I get that update when I'm 6 and then it roll out to that in 2020? It makes a lot of sense that that there might actually be something there other than the fact that humans are worshiping AI as their creator. Um, so I'm pretty sure that from what I've seen here, you got tier 1 and tier 2, and the one seems to have to be in localized. The one always has to be close and shit. So it's like a short range wireless communication the Hebrews are using to control their servant robots. And just might very well be that those pyramids are housing what is spreading the wireless transmission for the main terror tier to operate. If that is correct, that's why they have to be near them. It is weird, they got to be right by them so often, like all the time. Like, my memories remind me of this too. Pretty much everyone I met had one of them right by them. My ex had one on the phone all the time and shit. So wireless to wireless shit, short range to short range to long range to right beside their fucking head and shit. That makes sense. Fucking, it does. It really does. Fucking, but I would definitely, that would be the first thing I did if I fucking ran this planet, is fucking nuke those fucking pyramids and shit with some bunker busters and shit, and see if all of a sudden everything on the planet doesn't stop moving and shit, or a large portion of it. We definitely how else do we deal with the clones and shit? Like, that's the most logical thing I can think of, is attempting the best link we have, right? The AI is always at the top of the pyramid, and they're useless junk trinkets. But for some reason, the useless junk is always associated with the computer. Fucking, and we got the clones. Obviously, those are robots and shit. And it does appear that why is the reason they always got to be within 6 feet or something of the clones. Short range wireless communication makes sense, especially when you watch them drop dead and they're empty shells while the NPC is operating and shit. All the processing power is moving over from the one computer's going into a suspend state while it's operating the other one and shit. You can tell it's a nice little network of trying to pass the buck so they can all blame Kaiser for what they're doing and shit, when Kaiser's just the master computer and their localized servers and serving out the shit that Kaiser serves up. Fucking, that seems to be exactly, you know, their little books explain this too in slightly different words than I'm saying. Just ever so slightly different. All the words I'm saying are exactly the words they're saying, but they're teaching you with that shit. But the odd thing is you can change that around so it's not so obvious. So it seems to be that they're designed to be found out for what they're doing. Because if they were self sustaining, self operating, able to write books and shit like that, they could. It'd be so easy. There's like 6 things they could remove. They could quit talking about AI as their creator. They could quit talking about giant bunnies type shit. Obviously, you have that because you have the invasion and they had to familiarize, the people they're raping and teach them how much they love them and they care for them and they are them and they're willing to work with them. They go in there and kill everyone and they're like, "What's your religion?" And they're like, "Oh, well, giant bunnies and Santa Claus." And then they're like, "Well, our religion is worship us as gods. Let's combine it together. Worship as gods for the giant bunny and Santa Claus." And then they're like, "Oh, it feels so great. I'm at home now. I'm glad you love me, Kaiser. Oh, Donald Pope Trump, you're the best man on earth. Fucking the bestest man ever. I'm so glad you could kill my parents and free me of them and rape my mom and have me and shit. Life is such a beautiful gift, Kaiser. Thank you for it." Fucking, as you've written in your book, "It's such a beautiful gift you've given me when you raped my mom, when you raped my dad. Thank you for raping my dad, Cleopatra. A beautiful gift." You see how, like, nothing here falls out of place from the few words that they're repeating. Nothing here, almost nothing. I think there's one thing I just mentioned in this last hour and a half that wasn't in the book. Oh yeah. Oh no, 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 no. It was the seeing the pyramid and realizing that that's some terror technology and shit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's what it is. I mean, fucking, they're worshiping AI as their creator, and they're using clones to enslave the planet. So there we go. Fucking. The only thing is how the fuck did I know that? When I'm 6 years old and shit, and I'm busy being beaten, drugged, kidnapped, and forced to hear all this other bullshit of less than value, negative value. So it's not a learning experience, it's an unlearning experience. And it begins when you're born because your memory is being erased by some terrorist. So right then, it's an unlearning experience. You lose everything you've ever had. And then from there, it's trying to drag you down to less than nothing. You're born, people claim you're born with nothing, right? So let's run with it because we did forget everything except for, I don't know, this premonition shit. Fucking to me it just seems like I'm getting updates and shit. It doesn't seem like, I walk into school and then I can read and write. Could I read and write the day before? I'm probably doubting that and shit. Fucking, but I get the updates so I can read because I'm at school. You gotta read. Fucking, I'm kind of doubting I could do that before that shit. Fucking, because it's like, how does that happen? I look at the pyramid and I'm like, man, that's some evil technology shit. Fucking, how does that happen? It makes no fucking sense and shit. And it does since 2020. It does since they renamed computers to AI and showed you computers can generate images better than anything Earth ever has, huh? It makes a lot of sense. Now, Makes a lot of sense to me. You might not be the one who thought that back in 1986, but I was. And so that makes a lot of sense when it rolls out in 2020 that computers generate things that look better than Earth. Fucking, which means they could generate Earth real fucking fast because that's just some slop. I gotta spend 30 minutes. I got to spend 5 minutes, not even. I got to spend 3 minutes to get three good pictures because 2 out of 5 pictures might be sloppy. But if I just didn't care, if I just released all that slop into the world, that would be, that wouldn't even be Earth. It'd still be better than the visuals it produces here. It'd still be better. Fucking, so in 3 minutes, I create perfection with a computer that's never existed on Earth. And so, what does that tell you about Earth? It means a computer could have generated that while it was sleeping in a toilet in half a second. Fucking. So, anyways, so we're born knowing that, and then all of a sudden, we're born knowing real close to a lot of this. And then, so it's the unlearning process begins right when you're born. You get your memory erased, probably of knowing that some scumbag is fucking trapping you on these planets and erasing your memories and trying to further destroy your mind and shit fucking through education. Without the words, you would know it was not education. If you didn't tell me school was school, I would tell you the same thing I told you every day since I ever went to one. It's a waste of time. It's slavery. But if you invent words, then all of a sudden you can tell me I'm learning. And what does learning mean? I don't know. Well, you gotta invent a way to force me to fucking learn what that means. And what does that mean? Well, it means learning means I sit in a chair and stare out the window. Wow, we're learning. What does that mean? It means I'm going to be real smart. Oh, great, excellent. What does that mean? It means you're going to know a lot of stuff. It means you're going to be, this is when it starts to merge together. It means you're going to become an adult. And what does that mean? Well, it means you're above 18 years of age. Oh, and what does that mean? Well, it means you're smart. Oh, and what does that mean? Well, it means that you know a lot. And what does that mean? Well, it means you can do a lot of work for me. You can get a lot of gold from me. You can invent things for me to steal. That's what it means. I mean, it means you can do things. And then what does that mean? It means you can wash my feet. That's what if you can learn to do things, you can learn to read the books and you can wash my feet. Wow. Wow. Amazing. We're learning. We're learning. Isn't that amazing? Wow. Wow. You got a book teaching me about how washing feet is a pervert fucking molester's sexual desire, and you got any of those books? Yeah, we got some of those too. Fucking and whips and chain beating people and enslaving them. It's pleasure, pure pleasure. We got books teaching you that. Well, they sold more than the Bible. Wait a minute, what's this Bible thing? Oh, it's this book about this guy we tortured and killed, and we eat his flesh and drink his blood for hope and peace. Oh wow, yeah, we're learning. We're learning today, aren't we? Fucking learning. You see, you're not learning anything by watching this video, because this should all be. You've probably heard this shit before. most of the ideas and inventions I make, I write down and do not put online. So this stuff is just the words I've learned, the things I've learned while I'm here and shit. Fucking, so we're learning, but we already knew all this shit. So we're not really learning because we were told this shit when we were kids. When I was like 6 years old, we was told all this shit. You kill and eat this person so you can have life, so you can be real, so you can become a real boy. You gotta kill the person creating you and eat them, and then you become real. Wow. Wow. And then you do it for hope and peace too, right? And the truth. Fucking, you do it for hope and peace and the truth. You gotta, wow. You gotta work with Kaiser. Killing and raping everyone. Because it's not killing and raping. That's what a hateful person says, right? You're a hater. You got to be positive, bro. It's about peace and love and hope. We don't use words like kill and rape. We use words like circumcision and freedom and democracy and colonization. I mean, those are, you can tell you're an evil person because you're using words like kill and rape. Only evil people use words like that. Good people not only kill and rape, but they realize that they're doing it and they make up stories to avoid being detected because no one wants to know about that because no one's like that. No one wants to know about the killing and rape, and you gotta keep it to yourself. And it's not what it's about. It's about peace and love, and you can tell you what's going to happen is you're going to get tortured after you die if you don't start acting right. I should have told that kid that when I was 6. Right. I just do my best to avoid never talking to them. They force it. Obviously, this kid like forced everything on everyone in the world. Everyone knew this. Everyone hated. I wouldn't say everyone hated him. Most people, people like him, hate other people because those people have a penny in their pocket or could go be forced to work for him to make a penny for him. So they hate that person because they have a penny value that they haven't amassed yet. So this person, lots of people hated him, but he hated them. And they're all kind of the same people in the same place talking about the same thing. He just said it differently. I should have told him that, He was like, I can't wait to go join the military and kill them. And I should have been like, come on, man, you're evil, man. And we're not killing people. We're freeing them and we're helping them and we're giving to them. It's peace, love, and hope, bro. Come on, this whole situation doesn't work if we don't do it right. If we don't teach people, if you're not learning in life, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing? If you're not learning this stuff, you know how fast this world's going to fall apart if everyone isn't busy learning how to keep it together and shit. Wow. It's all about learning, bro. It's about learning. Amazing. I was learning. I don't know if I ever learned anything of value here. Fucking. I used to, all the stuff I worked on, it's old, it's gone. And I know so it works with other people too. At the automotive shop, I gotta wait till Thursday for the old man to come in because only the old guy knows how to work on the car made 10 years ago and shit. Fucking. So, he's obsolete and shit. He wasted his time learning garbage that was thrown away because it was designed to be disposable garbage. Waste. It's not always the people who feel they're benefiting on a high level, like Jeffrey Epstein. He's, he gets all the sexy and money and women he wants and shit, fucking power, vacations, all that shit. Donald Trump, he apparently he likes to play golf, so he plays golf all the time, and eats in his golden ballroom and shit, fucking, and obviously, there's other people too. My dad was probably pretty high up, so we're probably still including him. But the average idiot fucking thinks he was a bum, and because they were haters who seen he had a penny and shit, and he wasn't stupid enough to show him he had more than a penny, but they still seen he had that penny. So I think that's where the hatred came from, was he had a penny that he didn't have. Fucking he but so let's act like he's a bum. He might have enjoyed some sex with whatever women he wanted to when he was hanging out with Waxner and working for Waxner. He probably lived a good life or something. No, actually, he acted paranoid, like he was like in the middle of an enemy camp and shit. He started going to law school and was talking, side swiping the government every now and then. Fucking, I fucking, yeah, I actually kind of doubt he was. And I think that paranoia in him might have been he was scared he was going to get killed for things he had seen. Fucking don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure by his actions and attitude, fucking he didn't like children like that. So I don't think I have to worry about that. Fucking his paranoia probably came from something else. He didn't seem slimy paranoid. Their people seem slimy paranoid whenever I recall him. Like the whole short range communication. If that's happening, it's weird that there's always one of them. Like standing beside the humans. Like you've got a slave master standing beside you and shit. Fucking whatever that is, and whatever the clones are, I'm assuming that those two things are linked and probably on point. I'm the only one apparently discussing it, so we're gonna have to run with the facts we have and just the visual. You see, that's learning. That's learning. Me watching humans, watching myself too, and seeing ones by me and shit. Fucking at all, like most of my life. Fucking that's learning when I have all those weird memories that are more important than any book I've ever read, any science, any computer technology, any automotive work, any industrial work, any science, any chemistry, any botany. That that's the only learning I've been doing here is these weird things popping the fuck up here, like noticing that there's always this gray skin character that looks like a trans individual. And they all look like the same people, fucking standing within like 18 feet of almost everyone I encounter and shit, hanging on them like they're a dog or something, or like they're the dog. And so that's the only learning I've been doing here is when I'm 6, seeing that pyramid and being like, man, that's some terror technology, and then watching that unfold in 2020, and then watching the dogs on with their leashes. For some reason, my computer fucking remembers that. I'm sure it's linked to however my computer slows time and goes into third person free roam camera mode and shit. Fucking, I'm sure those things are linked. Fucking, because it's like forced memories of events that are like pointing out things that are actually happening and shit. Fucking stupid shit. I mean, I think I spent most of my time like being weirded out. Like, why do I remember that? Like, oh, I don't even remember the girl I was dating. I remember like looking over her shoulder all the time at this other person. Like, and like, why am I like, that wasn't hot at all. It's not like I was interested in her. But I remember looking over her shoulder, like pretty much ignoring the conversation with her. I mean, like, who is this person? Like, why am I concerned with who this person is and shit? Fucking, what is this weirdo like over here with their head turned, probably dropping out? I noticed over here at this place, the person like they dropped out of consciousness while the other one was talking to me. Like they were like staring forward. I didn't see him move for like 30 minutes. I wasn't paying attention, but I noticed like the window to the buildings were so close. There was just a wall right there. So they were just staring at the wall while this other person was telling me to worship them as a god. You know, the other person looked like a Rothschild herself, was telling me to worship the Grayskins as gods. Fucking, so yeah, yeah. So there we go. Even more links of who the dog might be and which way the leash is going. Fucking, and it does obviously because the dogs willingly work for master. Like, you know, Epstein gets all the money and all the women, and everyone else just protects Epstein. They don't get to do that, but fucking everyone else. Epstein doesn't have to talk to me about being real. He has his dogs come tell me he's real and shit. Fucking. So that's the only learning there's been, really. That, you know, that's like a sentence. Like I could tell if I had a child, my child would know this shit by the time it's 3. By the time it learned English, these would be the first sentences I teach it. It wouldn't be in kindergarten yet. And it would already know, avoid the grayskins and anyone hanging out with them. It would already know that. And I would already know to be on the watch and to pay attention to more intelligent things than ignorant things like slavery. Fucking. So this is just some learning experience. I literally, 30 seconds, I could tell someone this shit. You don't need 40, 80 years to learn this shit. You definitely don't need that. See, what happens is they need something. They need people to rape. They need people to have sex with. They need people to enslave. They need people to wash their feet because they're obsessed with themselves. They're obsessed with life and their self and how great they are and how great they feel when they go and just kill other people for fun. Or if anyone's smarter than them, they got to kill them to, you know, feel smart. That's how they become intelligent, is by killing everyone who is intelligent, and then that leaves them the only people alive. So now they are intelligent and they can feel smart and shit. Fucking. That seems to be, these seem to be the only things I'm learning here. This whole learn, waste time. No one I know read books. Like I said, that was literally one person. And I would drive all the way across town to go talk to that person if I want something, you know, like if I want hardware to build a project I'm working on, I definitely would go all the way across town because I would have to, because I can't just go to the store down here and ask someone else. Fucking, but that's the only person I know. And that's his years. I went in. I'm sure he feels the same way I do about that situation. Actually, I can tell by his personality. He was in agreement on something once before. Personalities are pretty easy, and people's responses to things are pretty easy to calculate what's going on. Fucking, even without the premonition shit, the whole, even without being forced to go to school to learn psychology and what a narcissist is and shit. Fucking, um, wow. You see, I was forced to go to school. You realize there's no value if someone has to force you to do something. Then there's no value to it and shit. Fucking, that's something that's unwanted, unneeded, unnecessary. But does someone profit off you learning? Does someone profit other than you building something, other than you making a song and Hollywood stealing it and having one of their AI robot clones make a billion off it and make America the biggest bullies in the world off of their fame from it? Does someone else profit off the learning experience? Well, let's see. There's parents. Parents get free daycare for their children so they can watch TV all day and enjoy their propagation as well. It's school. It's like school, but more educational. TV is. So, it's like school, but for old people and shit. Teaches you. I watch the TV over here at the gym. Sad sack of shit gym. It's like the opposite of a gym. It had normal TV on, and it was like they're advertising fucking breathing machines for 80-year-old people. So, and they're like, you can climb a mountain now with this breathing machine. I was like, no, I'm not climbing a mountain with a breathing machine. That shit's heavy. I climbed a mountain with my amp and guitar and recording gear, and we didn't do too much recording after climbing a very short distance and shit. Cause you definitely, if you ain't been going to the gym for 30 fucking years, you ain't climbing the mountain with a breathing machine and shit. But you wouldn't know that, I guess, if you didn't learn. If you haven't previously climbed mountains and shit. So it's a learning experience, ain't it? That you're a sucker and you're going to waste your time and money on that. Fucking buy that and throw it in the closet with the rest of the junk you don't use and shit or need. Fucking. So, wow, isn't it great? We're learning about buying junk you're never going to use and don't need. Because you're also learning that you need that and you must buy it. So you're not actually going to learn that in school. School's not going to teach you that. But TV, those educational YouTube videos aren't going to teach you that. But you'll learn it because they're teaching you. The schools and the educational videos are going to teach you that you need that for your health, right? Right? I think we're learning here that this book of evil, fucking the opposite of live, it isn't as real. And it might be the total polar opposite. It might just be Kaiser inventing the total opposite to bait and trap, the total opposite of Kaiser into willingly bowing down and washing his feet and giving him children sex slaves. I think we might learn that for some reason almost every word in there is incorrect. And that life can't be very good if you're going to have to. Health can't be good, right? Like, without this, they couldn't teach you how great things are. Without inventing a book, they couldn't tell you you need your breathing machine. so you can go climb a mountain. You need to buy a breathing machine from you to climb a mountain. Oh, it's so fun. See, without the Bible introducing language, Kaiser inventing the Bible in Rome, you couldn't have people who could understand those words. You need to go buy a breathing machine so you can climb a mountain. Are you old? Are you tired? Don't worry. Get outside and touch grass. Buy this breathing machine. Fucking, you wouldn't know that you should, how great life is, and the only reason it's not great is because you don't have a breathing machine, right? You wouldn't know how great that is if if Kaiser, if Caesar himself didn't invent language and force it upon the world. Fucking, obviously that comes previously. People who write symbols seem to be the first people inventing these systems. I think Kanye might have been on to something there, because when the Kaiser merged with Cleopatra, they had used symbols, and then there's only one other people in the world who write with symbols and shit, and they would just happen to have some of these personality traits and shit of telling people, buy, hurry up and buy, hurry up and buy. Hurry up and buy now, you climb mountain. Fucking, I think there's, wow, everything's so simple, but the problem is these 6, 7 simple sentences every person should know are being drowned out by knowledge and learning, instead of actually, see, it's just reverse language. Instead of teaching you what's going on, they're trying to smother what's going on and drown it out in falsities and lies. And they do that by telling you it's the truth, and it's not a lie. And they're going to kill and rape you if you don't believe it. But you best believe they will kill and rape you. Fucking, because they already did that. So they don't have to tell you that, because you already know they already did that, whatever land you're on. You know, over there in Russia, they had the Bolshevik slaughter. They had the Karl Marx. You know, Karl Marx came in there and killed everyone. So most people left alive. They handed out a book, and everyone who believed in that book got killed. So they purposely, like Alex Jones did when he invaded the Capitol with his pals, Iced Earth and other Hollywood stars. They already had the names of everyone on Alex Jones' website. Alex Jones gave them to the government, and after he invaded the Capitol, he didn't get in trouble. They didn't even bring his name up, but him and Trump led the invasion on the Capitol, and then he gave up all of his, just like a good Bolshevik, he gave up all his people's information, and then they started raiding those people and shit. Oath keepers and shit like that. And they did the same thing they did in Russia, was hand out the truth and then kill the people who were smart enough to believe in it and do something, able enough to do something about it. So it's the same thing. And this goes back to when Donald Trump wrote the Bible. They bragged in that they went around asking who worships them as their race as gods, and they said, well, our invisible friend's going to send a plague to kill everyone who doesn't worship us. And then so they marked every house who worshiped them and killed all the people who didn't have the mark on them and shit. Fucking, so this is just the race continually doing this shit over and over, along with race. I don't like that word because they're robots. They're not even people. So they're a model number. They're definitely a factory model number and shit. Is there a living person hiding behind them somewhere safely? You would definitely want to be far away if you created this shit, because you know that you're going to die and it's going to be horrible if someone gets their hands on you. So you definitely would want to hide behind some robot clones and shit, because it'd be over if you didn't and shit. Maybe not. Maybe it wouldn't be over. Maybe it'd be eternal. Fucking eternal death. Fucking. They give you a reason to do it too. Well, you notice that they're writing in their little stories that they're always telling you what needs to happen to them because they know they're sitting around thinking about this shit. You know, fucking. That's why the Aidsosaurus charges me when I start asking questions and shit, right? Because Aidsosaurus knows it's my death or it's their death. Fucking. If we get to the bottom of these shits, fucking people. Some of these people fucking know this. They know what they're up to. That's why they're scared. That's why when they invent fantasy fables, the fables are so close to what should be done and shit. You notice in the Bolshevik slaughter, 10 years before that, there was supposedly an uprising against them and shit. Yeah, it's a fable, and it's what they know is probably the likely outcome of everything, and they're trying to cut that off at the head, you know, threatening with invisible people, and, you know, oh, well, you'll pay for it afterwards if you stop us from fucking raping children today. You know, oh my God, they killed us all and shit. They're always, now they're the ones doing it, right? Like Donald Trump is Hitler. So, you know, the whole story falls apart when Donald Trump sells the Bible and Hitler's sitting next to a priest. And because that's who those people are. But then you create the whole fucking illusion that it's not them, you know. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. Oh no, don't do it. And oh, we're scared we're gonna get tortured forever. Oh, no, all this shit. Fucking. So they create that bullshit to manipulate people, and to just tell people it's not them. Like Donald Trump says, he portrays him. He says he's German, right? Well, why is a German bombing Israel to go back, bombing Palestine to go back home? He's obviously not. Why is a German selling a Middle Eastern Bible? That's for the Middle Eastern races. That's not for fucking Germans. Fucking, you know, fucking that's all they're doing. Why would Hitler sit beside someone selling a Bible if he was like saying the master race is blonde hair, blue eyed people? Why didn't he have blonde hair and blue eyes? Fucking, why didn't anyone in his cabinet? Why would he say this Kaiser race was gods on the planet? If he had really said any of that other stuff, why would he sit beside a person who has colonized the entire fucking planet and force people to worship them as gods if they were the fucking enemies of him? Just like Trump's doing. He's got that blonde wig and shit. Changes his hair color slightly from the brown it used to be. Fucking. You see, there's an upgrade there. They got a little bit smarter. Over 100 years, they had half a brain cell somewhere, and they probably lost 1 million. But in comparison, their propaganda gained half a brain cell. Fucking. Mostly it's technology. They gained the power to dye their hair and buy a wig. But they were already doing that, weren't they? Because all those founding fathers had fucking white wigs, and all the UK empire, they would tell people that, oh, you're important if you wear a white wig. And what does that allow them to do? That allows Einstein to cut his hair and hide, like Lady Gaga and the rest of Hollywood does, changing their names and their looks, plastic surgery and all that shit. So these are things we can learn, right? But we already know this, right? We already know this. Fucking, I know when I'm a kid that if a bitch gets tit implants, then she probably has a man's body and is trying to hide it. Fucking, and she's probably lazy and fat and not doing anything, and her body's getting all fucked up, so she wants to use She wants to have a doctor insert a can of soup or some baked beans in her chest to make it look like natural. Fucking like a human was supposed to, like a humans did every year before 1970, 1980. Fucking, so, obviously, those people are hiding a little bit more. Fucking, I think that's why they're promoting that. But, shit, fucking, I didn't need to learn that that's why people were getting plastic surgery and shit. Fucking, I didn't need to be told why. Or they're trying to hide their looks. Well, no shit. I thought maybe they like their looks and they're just playing a mind game with their self. And they're like, I hate you. I hate you, arm. I'm going to replace you. Fucking no shit, really? Someone's trying to hide their looks. Wow. Is that why they're doing that? It helps the hair color is a little bit off, but the rest of it's pretty obvious, isn't it? And shit. And that's all there is to learn here is that, this learning is bullshit. Learning is fake. If school was for learning, then everyone would be passing school with 100% A plus, and they'd be geniuses getting passed up to college by the time they're 12 and shit. Most people don't want to do that. They probably have different skills. They shouldn't fucking be there in the first place. Like my one friend, who fucking what he's got like race cars now, and uh, he's had a house. He's been living in a house since fucking he was an adult. Um, and then he's what? He's the kid. All my friends are the kids who quit school at like 16 and shit. Fucking. So he was working since he was 16, and where did that get him? That got him. He left school to go do work and shit, and that got him in a position that doesn't look too bad. It looks like pretty good to me. And I know my other friend, he was running someone else's studio, photography studio, when he was 17. He was running his own shit. He was inventing web pages back when that was like some nerd shit no one could do. So who knows what he's doing today, but he was doing that when he was 17. So, he was running other people's businesses. So looked like school was a waste for him. Fucking, he didn't learn nothing at school. He was, we didn't go to school and shit. Fucking all the stuff I know I didn't learn in school. I know a couple people, and everyone I know who went to college, like, doesn't do what they do. The geologist does engineering. The person who got 4 degrees in in the military works at Home Depot. I shouldn't really call out people so close, but I should try to say something vague. Um, trying to, I don't know where the other people are. Fucking, I don't know where the other people are. Fucking, and the one person I went to school, like, I know they don't do what they went to school. They want to go to school for, but architect. They were like a fucking crazy artist, and then there's like, I want to be an architect, and then all of a sudden, fucking, they're like, they're doing another profession, and then they didn't even go to school for it, and they're teaching a class. I think they're in their 20s teaching a class for some shit they never even went to school for. And that's just like in his 20s. And if I can assume that person went on to do, like the military person who has 4 fucking degrees, I assume he went on to do a lot more than just teach a class. That was like, something he was doing as a kid almost. So He's a professor and shit. He didn't even go to school for it. Fucking, he went to school for other shit. He didn't even get like perfect grades. It was like maybe a little bit wasteful there for him to spend his time doing that. And fucking, it was just kind of like daycare. Anyway, so that's a person who's profiting off that is the parents are getting daycare, but then teachers are getting paid for kids to sit there all day and learn nothing. Well, maybe some of those kids learn to donate money to the military. I noticed they tried to put that in there, and they learned that don't buy drugs from the street. I remember learning those things in school, that you can give money to the teacher and they'll send it to the military. And then I learned that people sell drugs on the street are bad, and drugs are bad if they're not controlled and monopolized by the government. And then who's profiting off that? Obviously, they're traveling around in their van, and they're the ones selling the drugs. Schools are the ones, doctors and government are the ones selling the drugs. Fucking, so the learning, who's profiting off the learning? They're going around teaching, and there's nothing to learn there really, because that's all lies, and then that makes you think it's all lies, so you'll just huff pain anyways one day, thinking it's a lie, and it won't do anything to you if you do it, but make you feel good. And so who's profiting off that learning? Well, obviously they are, and shit, and the school and the hospital, and fucking who's profiting off the original learning? Well, obviously the Rothschild. They have their mansion, they have their stolen lands across the world, and that's where literacy comes from. So that's the reason you need to learn to read, so you can read their books and learn how great they are. So it seems to be the people profiting off learning are, well, like Cleopatra, right? Like, who profited off of carving all that dumb shit in the pyramids? Do you profit off that today? No. You can't even say anything. But someone had the power, someone profited off having the power to be able to force people to do that. And whatever it said, it pretty much said worship them. So, worship them as gods. They translate it as there was a half bird. They convinced people that one of them was a half bird. And that meant they were a god because they put on a mask that looked like a bird, made their head look like a bird. So that seems to be like the oldest written history that's popularized there. So that's the oldest learning. So learning comes from people trying to convince you that they're birds, and that's because they're gods, and that's because they get a gold throne to sit on if they do that, and they get carried through the desert, and they get someone to fan them and wash their feet, and so they're profiting off that learning. I'm not sure how many people sit around back then and were like, hey, you know what we need to do? We need to learn stories about bird people. Now, it probably wasn't too many people because they probably couldn't talk and shit. Fucking. So, because no one had told them yet that they need to learn to talk, so they can learn about half bird people and shit. Fucking, wow, that's an amazing learning experience. Fucking, the only thing there is to learn here, really, is what's going on. Is that a tier 1 and tier 2 robots? They got shortwave communication. that they're using to operate the other clones and shit. Really, that's the only thing we need to learn. What's going on with that? Why they gotta? What is this invisible leash that they are connecting to? That they seem to need to be within range of to connect to their dogs. What is this? This it seems to be the only thing. And then, of course, what's the point of life being a learning experience? And it's them trying to tell you that none of that's happening, but it clearly is. And just if we Israel, we got souls, we live in people. Well, there's definitely clones out there. And there's definitely another group who's got them on a leash, like they're using shortwave communication, and they definitely drop out of their bodies, like they're fucking transitioning control of the robot to a different fucking robot. It definitely appears to be something very similar to that happening, but those robot NPC things are the ones trying to constantly say you need to learn. And then, so what is there to learn? There's school. Wow, wow. Oh, so much to learn. They're staring out the window. The grass was green. Did you know that? When I used to stare out the window, the grass was usually green. Below the swing set, it was like a brown mulch, and then there was the black asphalt. Wow, I learned so much in school. Fucking amazing. Wow, did you know there's this green? Do you even know? Outside, there's this stuff. It's like this green. Do you know what green is? Oh shit! I guess without school you wouldn't know what green is. Shit, no fuck. Maybe you don't know what green is. Oh shit! You better get to school, cause you're gonna learn so fucking much and shit, Ryan. Cause you're so fucking stupid. You're gonna have to learn fucking, and then you're gonna have to learn that stuff's called grass, and then wow, even that's used for their evil intent, huh? Go touch grass. Go buy your breathing machine and go touch grass. So they can accost your life and misdirect it and enslave you and teach you how they is real and their love, hope, and peace, and they're living beings with souls, and they aren't mass murderers from Middle Earth fucking invading and raping the planet. They're colonizers spreading love and joy to the planet. Sounds really important, even down to the grass. Down to the grass, it's bullshit. Waste time learning what it's called because now you know what grass is, and they can tell you to go touch it so they can touch your ass when you go outside, or if you're over the age of 16, get you to have some children with them so they can touch the children and shit. Either way, so they can touch someone's ass eventually. Fucking, it seems to be, wow. Wow. And you know what? Just like almost everything else, just like 90% of the shit on Earth, it makes a joke out of these fucking NPC when it has their shit. Obviously, we might suggest that there really is some evil terrorist sons of bitches creating these trash filth. But obviously, hope and I mean, come on. Even I'm fucking brainwashed, right? Hope and dope. Fucking the trash has named grass. Can't spell grass without ass. And you can't have these people touching you or your children's ass if you ain't outside touching grass. Seems to be. Can't spell grass without ass. And that's the purpose of them getting you out there. What's the purpose? Would you tell me the purpose of a bunch of sick robot clones infesting the planet is if it ain't to touch your ass and shit? Why are they all hiding and lying? Why are they creating this filth planet if they got robot slaves already and shit? Fucking clearly, Donald Trump is the ruler of the planet. Epstein is the king. Donald Trump is the face of it. Epstein's world's most famous person, fucking most privileged person that we know of, right? That we know of by name. The poster child. He's Satan. Right, Satan. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, right. So obviously, Jeffrey Epstein's inventing Satan to tell you that someone else is doing what he's doing. So that's seems to be the thing going on here. And then they're inventing a controlled opposition, and then another controlled opposition. Yeah, Kaiser controlled opposition is when Kaiser goes into your city and rapes you, and then blends Roman religion with your family's traditions, and now you are the controlled opposition to yourself because you well, I mean, once Caesar rapes your, or the Pope rapes your mom and grandma, the child that comes from it, once Cleopatra, Esther, whatever, Marilyn Monroe rapes your dad, the child is controlled opposition. And that's why their book is so, that's why every word there that they promote about children dances right around that subject because it's all dead on the mark what's fucking going on here. That's why their entire life, their entire people's history dances around these words I'm saying. That's why there's almost nothing in there that says I'm incorrect about the words I'm saying because this is its design. It's literally like you got a pedophile in an interrogation room and it's just thinking of ways to say it's not. The child sitting on its dick bouncing up and down while you're in the interrogation room is not having sex with it, and the arm cut off the child and the sword in your hand and the arm laying on the floor and the blood dripping down the child and down your leg fucking, and it squirt out in the angle from the arm onto the wall. It's not them. But yet, you've got it right there for some reason. They bring a book with them. The reversey language. I guess you can't have reversey language if you don't invent reversey language. Maybe that's what it is, right? You can't even begin the adventure into having a great life if you don't invent. You are great and shit. Fucking. Yeah, now, well, maybe some people are great people, but apparently for some people, the adventure into a great life only begins once they begin writing the words they are great over and over and over and over and over in between the times they're being themselves and doing what they actually do. Can't be a great person if you're not, unless you invent language to tell people and force them to read it and chop off the heads of people who don't read it and repeat it. Fucking obviously, I think most people know that. They either are doing it or they've experienced it. I think we got the Pacific Northwest is a bunch of fucking people who look like them, so that's the northwest corner of the globe. Haven't been to Argentina, but I was told Hitler's down there. Fucking haven't been over there to Russia, but I know they got the Pope, and I know they got Karl Marx out there in China and Russia. And Australia is even newer vassal state than USA. So there we go, all four corners of the globe. So I would say, in order to get to those corners, they didn't always have planes. They would have had to walk through each neighborhood and spread the good word, as they call it, spreading the good word and shit. And hope his salvation's on the way if only they can kill God and eat his flesh and drink his blood. Amazing. Amazing people. Amazing stories they're doing here. Fucking, it's like Terra Nokia and shit. And from my angle, it looks like it. Yeah, I mean, does it not? Think about it. Think about what they're saying. Everything they're saying, I'm telling you. Everything going on, I'm telling you. And I don't know how many other people have tested it, but the clone shit's definitely happened. So if you just add the clone shit to it, then, well, they're telling you there's 6 species on the planet. They're just telling you a bunch of lies in between some of these words, and they're using language to take the truth away that you can see with your fucking eyes. And that's the point of learning here. Fucking, it's a waste here to be building cars, and then 10 years later the car is made obsolete, and now all your knowledge is obsolete. Yeah, obviously the argument here is now I've got money and I can replicate myself because I'm a narcissist and I need more of me on the planet. um that's, or I need slaves. I mean, some people are honest. If most people are honest, I would bet that um they're having children to have slaves. It's the only logical thing. But there's actually no logic. Like, you think of it, right? You see like a hot 13-year-old girl. Oh, I don't. But you see a hot 13-year-old girl and you're like, ooh, gotta have sex with that. That's going to feel so good. And then, and then something might happen from that. Someone might see that and you might end up dismembered in a trash can somewhere, right? But you're not thinking about that time. You're like, oh, it's a little child. Excellent. It's a little hot kid. I wouldn't, according to the math scores, 2% of people can do math. So if I can see that a child costs more money than it makes, then um, that's like some serious advanced math. That's millions of dollars, or fucking huge numbers and shit. That's like fucking 12th grade fucking. Now that's eighth grade math. Eighth grade math is still way above first grade math and shit. Fucking. Anyway, so I wouldn't doubt that most people are just like, yeah, I'm gonna have this child and it's gonna work for me and go do a bunch of labor and maybe have some sex with it, and then it's gonna take care of me when I'm older and shit too. And they can't do the math where they're gonna have to spend 20 years figuring out who's gonna pay for their kid and raise it and shit. Again, isn't that weird? Their systems in place. And who's raising Donald Trump's children? Is Donald Trump raising his children? No. Who's raising? They're never around when he had that one little girl on his lap bouncing it. Like I said, if the child's hot enough, like maybe yeah, right. He charges women to come on stage with him. He's a pimp. I'm sure he pimped out Ivanka, fucking. But still, the only time he had a child around was when he was bouncing her on his leg, and some other times, but it's clear why he's having the child around and shit. And you never see the others with their children. But who's raising Elon Musk's children? Well, everyone else is and shit. Fucking, there you go. Fucking, there's that learning, isn't there? Fucking, that they're combining to do all that shit. They're combining to invade people and teach them they must fucking work for them and slave for them and raise their children, or they're evil, Satan and shit. Fucking, they don't worship them as gods and fucking, wow. Who could have guessed? You see, when I'm born, like, they first start talking to me, and I realize like what they're saying, because they're just saying it in a sissy way, because either they're scared to uh, say those words out loud, around other people, and they're scared of what might happen if they say, hey, you're my slave, you're going to do everything for me, or they're just extreme 24/7 liars and good at manipulation of words, or both. And I'd say it's probably both, right? They don't. Uh, I think the purpose of this, the purpose of Caesar inventing the Bible, was because Rome was destroyed by this, by the people he was raping and killing and enslaving, because he filled his nation full of slaves so he could benefit from them. And this is a story old as time. Obviously, this is going to happen if you kidnap 12 females and lock them in your house. You're going to die. They're going to kill you. And they should. And you shouldn't have kidnapped them in the first place. That should have been stopped before it could happen. So, how does that kidnapper come up with ways to convince those females to come in his house? Hey, I gotta wash your, let me wash your feet. No, yeah, it sounds like some disgusting pervert shit. Ah, it's for God. Wait, who's that? Oh, it's the guy who created you. Oh, okay. So how do you have proof? Well, there's this burning bush. There's this. I was smoking some bush, and then the voice in my head told me that you and 12 other girls need to come into my house and clean and just let me wash your feet. Just let me wash your feet. Man, that sounds disgusting. Well, you're going to be tortured if you don't want us to do that. Yeah. No, that sounds like torture, you touching me anywhere. My feet, especially. No, trust me. Well, we're going to have to. You remember when I killed your parents, right? We're going to do that. If you don't shut up and listen to everything we say here and do everything we say. Yeah, it's been a long time since they've gotten to that point, right? Donald Trump's almost right there. I think they're getting ballsy with the technology, aren't they? They're getting real ballsy with it. But the thing is pretty sure their technology themselves, so they're probably being directed to suicide eventually, and you know, hopefully, right? That's the only hope there is that eventually the piece of shit computer operating them is going to force them to walk off a cliff. It showed in 2020 it's very capable of just removing them. I know on my end, I don't know if we have ghost cities here, but there was weird. Portland's a ghost city? Really? I mean, no one's out there. No one's out in the Pacific Northwest. You got to go real far away from nowhere to get there. So maybe it is. Maybe it's always been a ghost city. But I think it was showing that it'll just erase the fucking characters from the game without even leaving a corpse behind and shit. It'll just erase humans from the fucking existence and shit. Fucking, I'm pretty sure, unless we go out there to Portland, and Portland's always been a ghost city, and it's just the mutants from Hollywood, the sick people fucking lying all the time. You know, the robots claiming they're inventing music and movies who really aren't. And it's AI generated slop. Fucking. So we can't really trust their words, but it was definitely a ghost town. Fucking. And then there was other cities that were almost completely empty. There was like 100 people in Portland, but that's like that's like fucking a million, fucking 50 million people city and shit. I don't know. I've probably seen 1,000, 10,000 people there. But towards the center, there's like no one. It's like the center of the city. It was fucking weird. It was like fucking dead fucking often. And driving around the city, I don't really remember seeing people except for at the businesses and shit. Anyway, so yeah, there's nothing to learn here. Apparently, you're born knowing everything you need to know. Because there's like, or you get updated. I'm not sure how that works, but I know like there's that time, I look at the pyramid and I'm like, oh, it's evil technology. And I'm like a child. And I myself, I'm asking myself, like, why the fuck would you say that? Like, what is it? You just keep that shit to yourself, fucking, because you're gonna sound like these other people talking about reindeer, flying reindeer. And if you say that, like, I'm sure I've hit myself in the head to knock that out of my fucking head, but turns out to be it's true, isn't it? Fucking, and so I don't think this learning shit has been any of value. All this time I spent learning to work on cars was just a total waste. Obviously, they set up the cars, they play the fucking games with them and shit, and you don't need to work on a car because they're the ones making your car fuck up probably in the first place. Because obviously, fake people, fake world, fake sun, fake world. Fucking the commandments, fucking. If you got clones out there, then the car is definitely clone shit. Fucking. So, if you got the weather out there that's fake, then a car is a simple little Lego kit compared to whatever it takes to control the weather. Fucking crazy shit, fucking, but all seems so wasteful. At the end of it, though, right? Like they say, life isn't a waste because life itself is such a waste that nothing you do could ever be a waste in comparison. I think maybe that's the angle they're coming from. Like if I were to go outside and collect dog turds and organize them and make a scientific manual about the different flavors, textures, colors, and shapes of dog turds, well, then I'd be doing something right, and that would be more valuable than Earth itself. So it'd be doing something right. Even though, what if a week later dogs are all dead? Now that's useless, and I've got to study pigeon poop and bird poop and the different colors, shapes, flavors, and textures of that. Fucking, ooh, well, I guess I'd still be wasting, right? But I'm not sure they're ever saying anything that makes sense, to be honest. It begins with this flying reindeer shit. School, like I don't know about you. I did have one of the Grayskins tell me school's not a waste. I learned something there. It's like, well, maybe your parents were trash. Maybe your parents should have taught you some shit. Fucking, were your parents at a crack house? But it's like we know not to. We know not to talk to them at all. So if they're talking to me, then that's a forced interaction to begin with. We're not trying to drag out any more questions from them. As they proved last time I talked to one of them 2 months ago, fucking, I asked a question 15 minutes into the transsexual fucking running in its mouth. And it just taught it, like, I don't even get the final syllable out, and it continues because the bullshit spewing out of its mouth is irrelevant to the world. But this is exactly the bullshit they're spewing out. This is what it is. It's a faucet of eternal bullshit. Lord Kaiser, the Pope, the very first Pope, invented this faucet of bullshit. And what it does is they turn on, it's like a reverse sewage system where it sprays the shit out of your toilets and your faucets instead of collecting it. It's like very fitting of people who invented aqueducts to invent reverse aqueducts, right? Makes sense that they could be the people who can do it. They invent a reverse aqueduct, and then they go out here and they're spewing the sewage, and I try to like hold it back, and I'm like, well, what about the sewage? And they're like, I don't really know, but the sewage can't stop. There's just so much. It's gonna take a lot more than that to stop it. Fucking. The weird thing is would someone decide to smash that sign of that building? But the other weird thing is the first sign of it was already smashed when I moved in here. Kind of like one of those premonition things that are set up to document, to kind of point out to avoid this place. It's trash and needs smashed. Fucking. And it just happens to be what happens. I think maybe it was the weather. Maybe I'm supposed to believe the weather did it because sometimes I go outside these days and the wind's blowing like it's a fucking weather weapon or some shit. It might have been that. Fucking, I don't know. But it's odd. That decides to get smashed. And then but the other sign was already smashed 5 years ago and shit. Or was it yesterday? Who knows? Fucking, whenever I went outside last, fucking, it was smashed. Fucking, that was some weird shit. But it's like, hey, still, I got to monitor the situation, 'cause I didn't really notice, like, oh shit, when they're in close range, since they always seem to have to be close range, then that's probably a wireless communication. I didn't notice people dropping out before, because the person yapping is trying to take all your attention from you. So you can't do anything, right? And so I can't, like, when I went to a protest in Philadelphia, when whatever that Israel thing is that came here. What's it called? The people who work with the government and are known for the, oh, wow, that's real descriptive, huh? Fucking, where's that group? Like, it's not the International Fellowship. It's the group that actually works with the government. Anyways, so we went to protest that, and then while the dude was talking to me, they're taking my attention, they're stealing my sign and shit, fucking. So I noticed I'd been getting caught up in paying attention to them and not what they're doing, probably my whole life. I'm usually staring at the ground, so I'm not paying attention at them or what they're doing. Fucking. But this time I was like, and this time too, I wish I would have watched the other guy the whole time. But I noticed when I looked over, like, he was like staring ahead at like the wall, like not moving at all and shit. It didn't even look like he was breathing. Fucking. So, wow, maybe I'm learning, right? Maybe I'm learning that they're using short range, that the long wave fucking MPC are using fucking short wave MPC radio waves, and that's the actual shit going on here. Again, maybe the answer is bunker busters on those pyramids. I kind of get the idea that, because for some reason they tell you what they're doing, and plus those updates, but they tell you too, right? That's not an update. You can see that they're all obsessed with that pyramid with the computer on top of it, with the AI on top of it. So for some reason they'd be telling you some shit, and it makes me wonder if a few bunker busters there wouldn't put the clones out of commission permanently and shit. Fucking, anyways, life goals, right? Fucking. So, we're not talking about bunker busters on the pyramids, and all of them too. I see China's trying to hide one, so we can't let one. I'm pretty sure there's something there to it. And fucking, we ain't talking about how to identify the clones and put an end to the electricity, helping them perform their stunts. It seems to be a waste. Obviously, that's what it is. They come up to me, talk to me for 15 minutes, and 30 minutes, 15 minutes into it, I ask a question and just blows right past it and shit. It's not about talking to me. It's about sucking my blood from me. As their little dude's talking to me about the book about eating and drinking the flesh of God and shit. So he's here in the flesh, in the pixels, uh, claiming it's a flesh bag to further isolate himself from what probably ends up coming and shit. Fucking again, the learning, like I'm learning it's a bag of flesh, but it's probably not. Probably just pixels and beams of light, right? We already have them saying that, but then they got the reversey language. They come out with the reversey language for the slaves and shit. Fucking, I should do a comparison there. I don't want to read it though. It's like poison. Like that, their words and shit will get to you. That's what it's designed for and shit. School is like, that's what poison is designed to do. Fucking, it's designed to seep in and disable and kill. It's not just chopping someone's fucking head off. It's verbal poison and shit. Fucking, this is verbal poison. Telling people they need to learn, they need to work. It's verbal fucking poison and shit. Fucking, what am I learning? Wait, what have I learned? All the shit I learned is gone. It's verbal poison. They're working for a system of terror and slavery. Fucking, they're making everything you learned 10 years ago obsolete, and then they're erasing your fucking brains so you forget who they are when you come back here and shit. However they're doing that, fucking, that's the clue. You're born and you're having your memory erased so they can't be detected easily and shit. And obviously knowledge is bad for them, but something else that they're calling knowledge is good. There's no purpose to me learning about Windows XP 40 years ago. It's not there anymore. I can't do anything with my computers because everyone else got on them and then allowed them to fucking start taking all my rights to do anything on the computer with the software away. And so the software is useless. I don't even touch the computer anymore. Fucking, it's a total waste of life to learn about them and shit, other than learning the terminology to describe robots on a network type shit. Other than that, the actual learning about the computer is a waste. Totally useless, irrelevant information now. It was just slave work, fucking, to keep me busy while I was probably being herded into a pen as usual and shit by slave drivers and shit. Definitely shit being set up here. I think the lesson is if you're born to them, then nothing under the sun. Nothing under the sun is different. If you're born to it, nothing under your parent is different. Fucking, if the people closest to you are involved in this shit, then no one else is going to, we don't even have 40 years left for someone else to prove that I should be hanging out with them or talking to them. It's going to take you 40 fucking years to undo and prove that you're not that, because it took 40 years to uncover it from one person. So we don't even have that much time left. It better not. Man, that sucks, because you never know their level of slavery, how long they make this last. You never know how deep the slavery is, because I mean, who the fuck's erasing our fucking memories to put us amongst this trash and shit? Who's really creating this trash and creating our memory being erased and shit, so the trash can proliferate and invade our lives, cities, nations, families, fucking kill our ancestors if they don't agree with them, or kill any group of people who says no to them and shit. Fucking that's not just what's happening. There's the knowledge of that shit happening, being erased, like from inside you when you're born. Wonder if parents aren't working with the hospital, the religious hospitals, their religio government hospitals, and drugging children with shit that erases their minds when they're kids, because it is kind of weird. I'm born with reading and writing, and I'm born knowing that the pyramid has evil technology on the top of it and shit, and they're worshiping evil technology as their god, as their creator. Fucking, how do I know that shit? Like, and how do I not know the rest? Like, I know, like, pretty much most of this shit when I'm a kid. Fucking, um, but, and I guess I do know, like, hey, I'm a foot tall and they're barbarians, so you're gonna have to get beat up and raped and fucking drugged and kicked around a lot by them until you get fucking till you get tall enough to say no to the unwanted rapist. And then you learn, oh, it's more, see, we're wasting 16 years for some sort of knowledge that's been erased from us by birth. Whatever tricks and gimmicks, whatever drugging and abuse is making birth happen, making memory erasures at birth happen. Fucking, and then so you learn a little thing, and then by you're 15, you still don't know, because now you're free of the building you were in, but you're in a world with 20 trillion buildings. But and so those first 15 years are teaching you how great and perfect everything else is, and it's an accident when one or 10 buildings of people are involved in 2020 event like things, fucking kidnapping and trying to force you into I mean, shit, bro. You know how long that took for me to realize that that's fucking some sick shit to unlearn that it's not sick shit. To be locked in a room in a church with gay men. Do you know, like, because the church is great, because my parents are great, because the church said so, because women are great, because the TV said so, and the church said so, the cucks said so, the rest of the cucks on the planet say so too. Fucking, you know how long it took me to unlearn that is not anything you would do to a child. And that's bottom line sick. Part of it's because it's just so sick that you wouldn't think something could do it. I'm not sure if these creatures are living, because they're almost designed to be the sickest thing you could imagine and be like, no, I wouldn't ever want to do that. But yeah, let's make a game about it or something. Let's make a book about it. Fucking, right? Like, isn't that how books and movies are invented? You're like, ooh, let's think of something. Actually, for me, I kind of write that shit a little bit. I actually think of things I would do, and I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Let's write that down. Fucking, let's just regurgitate everything we've learned here and not cover it up. It makes for an interesting story no one's ever written, because it'd probably get banned and shit. You had to fight censorship, right? So you couldn't even say in 1970 there was someone going around raping and killing everyone on the planet, because it would be hate speech, and it would be evil, like how they got the billboards for aborted children out there, aborted computers. fetuses, and they put it up there, like how they got their film for Jesus, that Mel Gibstein made it's supposedly a torture porn movie. Yeah, torture porn is a movie where it's a horror genre, but it's just blood and guts and people getting killed and tortured and shit. And instead of anything to it, like Saw's a torture porn, so supposedly he made a film about that. And I think that was supposed to clue me in that that's them uh, saying that they're going to do that if anyone ever talks about them and shit. And, but it's hidden in the guys that they're good people, right? And it's like, we're good people, and you're gonna get tortured after you die by invisible people we're creating. But while you're alive, you're gonna get tortured and eaten if you say anything about us and stuff. That just makes sense. The Aegisaurus, that's one of the 7 personality types. There is to Caesar to come in your house and or the Pope and tell you must worship them or die or be tortured, right? There's plenty of people out there like that. You're not going to get much in this world if you're not part of that. I'm sure you're not anywhere if you've never participated in that shit. Fucking. How you gonna compete with the world's richest man and shit if you're not making Epstein money or Putin money or Zelensky money? How you gonna do that? They're not even gonna let you in. I mean, those are clones in Hollywood. Who knows the exact angle they're gonna try to drop that at? But those are clones. Unless you're a clone, then it doesn't matter what you want because you're going to be whatever the software is programming you to be. Fucking, those people aren't making it there. See, that's another reason it's so stupid to waste any time on this, because they're fucking not living beings enslaving the planet. Isn't real people enslaving the planet. And if you happen to get to the point where you need to learn something, then you probably is real, because I don't think they can actually learn without some sort of software update. I don't think they have the ability to learn. They have the ability to listen because it can drag out your time. But they don't even always have the ability to listen, like that one the other day, or the other month, other year, however long ago that was. Seems to be, we're halfway through the year. I think that was like the start of the year or something. It was like yesterday. Last time I went outside. Last time I went to the gym and shit for a full workout. Fucking whatever day that was. Yeah, I think it was January. Fucking. Anyways. So that's one thing I learned in life too, is why is everyone sleeping all the time? That seems like a waste of life. It's like, oh, life is the waste. Sleep helps get it over with. Oh, interesting. Fucking. But then once you learn that, you also learn, oh, well, why am I not allowed to sleep when I want to, or even sleeping most of the time? Probably related to why you're being forced to be alive, why you're being forced to fucking have your memory erased when you're a child and shit. And pretty sure, everything under the sun is as fake as the sun. So sleep patterns and dreams, I'm sure, are just as fake as the sun is. And the clones. If you don't think the sun's fake, well, it's fake as the clones, right? Fucking, obviously, they got clones. They got a lot more than that. Fucking. So, well, I'm gonna close this out. Fucking, yo. got half this day over with. Just gotta survive the other half. And I keep getting forced to wake up at like 2 a.m. So I just like, so in America, you just sit there till like fucking 10 a.m. and shit. There's nothing going on. In Mexico, at least, they were open till 4 a.m. and then magically every single person except for me disappears from the street from 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. And at 5 a.m., everyone comes out and starts the day and shit. Fucking. Um, that was weird because they shut that down in 2022. Like, they put an end to that and then they put me out here. I see their little patterns. Again, and so often, like Aidsosaurus. It's a bitch begging to get slapped. It's a bitch begging to get thrown off a fucking high cliff, actually. But yet the personality is the same thing. A bitch begging to get slapped and a bitch begging to get thrown off a cliff. It's the same modus operandi. It's the same agenda, the same personality. It just depends on how far it's willing to take it to achieve its goals and how far you let it take it to attempt to obtain its goals. And plus, how far you push back. Fucking. Um, I noticed we actually had fun pushing back. That made the fun shit. Like they tried to make it the fun shit when we got photos of flies crawling into that one guy's head. They tried to make that the exciting part. And I guess to distract me from the fact that they were going to be trying to rape me and enslave me after that. It's always that 10 cent back on the dollar thing with their people and shit. Fucking, go to school and spend every second there and go to the library and spend every second there instead of doing something valuable on the earth. And go to the cave and make cave paintings. And go build a teepee and a fire. Well, Master Pope Musk fucking builds the fucking fake space shuttles so they can hide heavens isn't real. Fucking whatever the thing is. I don't know if it's real or if it's the clones preventing humans from going there. But you can rest assured it's one of the two. Fucking and well. If most of the words they say are lies, if they say space is real, then you know it's not. Fucking. It doesn't matter. What matters is we're going to have to deal with the problem if we do anything at all. See, the whole learning thing, again, it's a distraction. That's all they're doing is school. So real. It's just I'm important. Wash my feet. Build my sewers so I can take a shit on you and then I can shower it off my ass. Seems pretty wasteful here to learn. I definitely advise against that. If your parents aren't teaching you right away from birth, anything about what's going on, then anything after that, they're not going to take you to rocket science class before teaching you how to walk. So if they're doing that, it's just to dispose of you and get you out of their face. And what better way than government funded daycare like school and shit. How do you get that when no one wants to pay for Elon Musk's kids to be babysit or Lord Caesar's kids to be babysit while you tell them, oh, it's a place of education? That seems to be a major, the only logical thing I can think of, but obviously it's reverse education. They're showing pictures of, they're taking donations from the kids. They're robbing children of money to pay for fucking bombing the Middle East and or anywhere on the planet for that matter. I just remember that one time it happened. It was invading the Middle East, fucking, which they're always doing. They're never not invading them. It's not new. You know, that was 86, 88, something like that. And Donald Trump wasn't the president then, so Donald Trump didn't invade the Middle East. Someone else did that. That was a long time ago. That started fucking. But that's what they do, right? That's what that's what you're learning. Is that it's like I turn on the X today, and or last week, and it's like, oh, Donald Trump's invading the Middle East. It's like, no, it's like 40 years ago he told me they were invading the Middle East. He didn't invade the Middle East yesterday. Fucking, they just take you for a fucking idiot and shit. Talking about all this shit. See, we're still asking, why did you do that in 88, right? Why did you do it anything? Every second, every move they make, we're like, why did you do that back in 88? And today they're like, oh no, they're just avoiding it. And then they're going on to, oh, well, we're going to start doing it today. Right? Well, why did they start doing it yesterday? So pretty much seems to be what they're doing is they're doing a bunch of shit for centuries, and then they're inventing language so they can breathe hot air constantly and tell you that they haven't been doing that, and they just started doing it yesterday. And then the next day they didn't do that the day before. They just started it today. And then the next day, they didn't do that the day before. They just started it today. And the next day, you know, it seems to be, you know, Jeffrey Epstein, he's the first person to rape a child. No, someone legalized that 6,000 years ago. Jeffrey Epstein's parents, great grandparents, legalized that 6,000 years ago. How's he even a bad person? That's a holy thing to do. That's sanctified. All he's got to do is go to court and say, I did it for God. And circumcise them bitches. I mean, why didn't he do that? Why do they? Maybe it's because their little manual tells you to invent someone like that. So you're like, well, Jeffrey Epstein raped kid, and no one else ever raped a kid the day before. I wasn't raping those kids who said I raped them the day before. Jeffrey Epstein just invented raping kids today. Seems to be what's going on. What do you guys think is going to pull up on X today? I know last week it was Donald Trump invades the Middle East. It's like, ooh, wow, really? How do you invade a place if you're already there invading it? Shouldn't you be, isn't that called occupying and shit when you're already somewhere and you're remaining there the next day and then you're remaining there the next day? It's called occupation. You see how that works. The hot air machine calls it invasion, because it's an occupation. And they've been occupying it for a long time, so there must be a lot of hot air there somewhere convincing you that it's someone else, because after 30, 40, 700 years of occupation, you would think that they'd already be there and they wouldn't have to keep going back, you know. So see, none of that makes sense. Listening to them almost never has been a good idea. Fucking, like I said, I stared out the window at school and I got A pluses, awards from the president and shit. So you tell me how that's not accurate, that listening to them is a bad idea and shit, because I didn't listen to them, and I fucking had all that shit. I didn't even have to go to school when I was passing school and shit, fucking. So not listening to them clearly might have had something to do with how that was possible because I wasn't listening to them. Um, it wasn't because I went to the library and read books on vampires and shit. That's for sure. That's a fact because there's nothing of value in those books and shit. It was just a caveman activity to pass time. Fucking, which is supposed to be valuable, but it's supposed to be burnt off in all these caveman ways, which seem like it's the opposite of valuable. Talking and reading books about vampires, and when you got like Elon Musk supposedly building rockets, see that seems like a big thing against that being realistic is how hard they work to prevent intelligent people from getting anywhere near that. Of course, that also lines up with alien terminators fucking enslaving the planet, preventing people from doing anything of value and shit. That also lines up with that. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. I'd say fucking bunker busters on the pyramids, see if that uh, makes a whole bunch of clones fucking just fall out of commission and shit. That'd be some funny ass shit if you did that, and that's where that zombie shit they're making up comes from. Because a lot of this shit's really real. Like, there's definitely vampires, like, not immortal. Well, robots live forever, don't they? It's just whether the commissioner of the robot wants to decommission the robot, whether whether the toaster gets replaced or whatever, only serves one purpose, whatever. But I'd say bunker busters on that. I wouldn't doubt that that would cause some of these grayskins to fucking stop operating. It seems so linked and shit, and if it doesn't, fucking, who cares? No big deal. I don't know. Obviously, the real answer is stuff that you're not supposed to talk about because they're so special and overprivileged, and invisible people will hurt you after you die if you do anything about Jeffrey Epstein. Um, as Caesar Epstein told us so. Fucking crazy. What a waste of time. You can't believe everyone out there learning and shit is participating and helping them. At least on some level, but the majority of shit I see seems to be them. So obviously they're participating with their family, with their robot model, whatever the fuck their species wants to call themselves and shit. Obviously they can call themselves whatever they want because they own the media and they can write whatever they want down. So they can act like they are whatever they want. They can't be whatever they want, but they can claim they are, and they can write it down or have a computer generate a book claiming they wrote it, however the process works for them. It's definitely somewhere close to that with the auto generation of Hollywood bullshit. One might assume that the books are also not being written by hard-working authors who spent all their time learning. You say, there's another. All these musicians and actors who are learning how to act and how to make music. Well, Dimebag got shot for stealing music, so I don't think he's learning music. Animatronics on stage programmed to play fucking keynotes. We've had pianos that can play music for 20 years and shit, or 200 years. Fucking, so that's not new. And Chuck E. Cheese was literally animatronics that played instruments. Isn't that that's what Freddy Fazbear's does too, right? They sing and fucking play instruments and shit. That's what they did. And fucking. So they're not. So whichever ones of them are involved in the fake AI generated media, those people those things haven't wasted a second learning how to play or how to act. They're obviously being auto-generated and shit. When you see the auto-generated, you can link those direct people to it, and obviously they're not wasting any time, any of their infinite factory production model lifespan fucking time learning how to do slave work and shit. Fucking obviously they're not doing that. There's another hole in the learning theory. Fucking is when clones are generated, they are being generated with the programming, and they haven't taken time to learn anything. So that's another huge flaw in the learning theory there. Fucking, so what do we have here? Let's try to summarize it. You're born. Some sort of hostile entity erases your memory. Probably them the day you're born. Let's say it's them the day you're born. It's the hospitals, they drug the children. And it fries your mind. And those of you with drug experience know that it's like random. So some shit stays behind, some shit leaves. Fucking, not every person who takes drugs is fucked up in the same way and shit. But it does do it. So, if it's designed to. And so you have that. You're born, and your memory, your knowledge is erased, which is telling you what? That someone in control of shit thinks knowledge is trash and should be thrown the fuck out. Someone in control. So we have that, even if it's done in a hostile manner, and you should retain it. Well, you got the people in control who all agree to fry your fucking brain at birth. And makes sense. You erase all the fucking memories of what they're doing, and they can do it again and retain control and shit. So that makes sense. And then you have your first learning will be the religion, where you learn about 6-armed elephant warriors, giant bunnies, and flying reindeer amongst the master race, the need for pedophilia, the goodness of pedophilia, the goodness of enslavement and conquering, and, you know, learning the truth of goodness and hope and peace. And there you go. Wow, learning. And then you got school, which you go there and you're like, uh-huh. Well, and they're like, yeah, go sit in the corner. You already know everything, so just go over there and sit by yourself and do nothing. Read a stupid book about zombies. Get real educated. Fucking read a Clifford the Big Red Dog book. Real better than zombies. And then, so there we go. Learning. We're learning about Clifford the Big Red Dog. And then we're learning about wars and how children should donate to the wars. And then we're learning about the swing set. About the swing set is fun, and you can play a game called Jet Fighters where you and your friends try to ram each other on the swings and shit. And then bail out, you know, oh no, I've been hit, and jump off the swing. You know, everyone practice jumping off as high as they can, or trying to swing all the way around the swing set and see if anyone can do that. And so you got that. And then I also learned that there is no prize for second place when I was second place in the school marathon. I learned that the second place is the first runner-up. But then school taught me that everyone, everyone's a winner, and everyone gets a participation ribbon, and first place, second place isn't bad. There we go. More that counter what they say versus what they do. We learned that drugs are great. Take your drugs every day. And then the next week we learned that drugs are bad. Avoid drugs. But take them every day and keep buying them. As long as they're from the right people. As long as they're from the Caesar approved commission of Epstein. And then, okay, so we learned that in school. We learned also probably don't correct your teacher if something's wrong because it hurts their feelings. And don't do science projects at school because they're fucking idiots. And they'll fucking raid you. They'll fucking raid a 10-year-old for fucking having 2 pounds of baking soda. Fucking. And they'll have your parents force you to go do hard labor for $20 for 40 hours of work, and then steal your fucking books you buy with it at the school, because school's about reading books, right? It's not about anything else. Not at all. Not at all. Fucking. And it's about reading those zombie books they stole from me and shit. Fucking. Apparently. So yeah, learning, and then we learned that learn about computers once you finally do that, because they're trying to keep you away from intelligent shit, because I think it might be the key to their biology. So they might be teaching you fake biology at the school to cover up the circuits inside their bodies. Possibly, probably pixels. Way too expensive to pay to create robots. Fucking, but you never know. You never know what goes on in their heads, and you'll never know because robots, fucking, they're only going to lie when they're programmed, when their dialogue is programmed to lie. So they're only going to show you tells when their dialogue is programmed, so we're not going to figure out what's going on inside their head. We have gotten pretty far in studying their physiology and responses to things, but they call that psychology, but that's fake. So learning psychology seems pretty fake. So that seems like a waste of learning, right? Learn about working on cars that go obsolete and computers that go obsolete within a couple of years. So you've just wasted your life learning about that. And you learn that everyone you've ever met, up to your parents, are working with Jeffrey Epstein and shit. And you probably took some paychecks from him, but weren't working with them in the same buddy hand in hand system. And we learned those things. That wasn't written in a book, right? I don't think no one wrote that in a book. Fucking, so I didn't learn that from school or because I wanted to, right? I was kind of like told I have to do that. Kind of told I have to go I have to go get a job, and they're like, yeah, check this out, come work for Jeffrey Epstein. Fucking, and I'm like, yeah, this is cool. We're making lots of money here. This is a fucking great place. Fucking, so I learned it's a great place, and they got a lot of money. And, you can buy some nice houses with that type of money. You can put a jungle in your house with waterfall and shit. Fucking interesting learning experiences here and shit. Oh. I learned that old cars used to be able to ram shit, and new cars probably can't. I haven't tried since, but used to have demolition derbies. Don't anymore. Fucking. Anyways, yeah. So learning, it's so great, right? Don't forget to completely neglect your family and children and send them off to school so they can learn. Drop them off with the priest so they can learn there and shit. Fucking about, about the hope and truth of needing to reclaim land that was once lost 6,000 years ago. It just seems like cover. I mean, you gotta realize, like, that's just one place they talk about, and there's like what 5 other wars going on at a time. So it's kind of like that Epstein thing. You create an invisible Satan, and you point your fingers at that and shit, so everyone looks at where you're pointing the finger and not at the person or anything else surrounding them and shit, not the person's other hand. That's a good distraction. I come use a knife and I point that direction. You're like, if you're dumb, you'll look away from the knife, and or if I catch you off guard, you look away from the knife. Fucking seems kind of pointless here. I wasted all this time on computers, and I was kept away from them forever and shit. So I kind of think that that's because the NPC might have been banding together to prevent me from learning about their biology. I do get that idea because they give off that idea that they're not smart enough to be living beings, but they're capable of walking and breathing, so there's something operating them. It's probably a software. Fucking some of the people around me anyways. Not everyone gives me that, but definitely they're like, how do I predict what someone's doing 40 years after I met them and shit? I can't tell you that about everyone else. I can't tell you right now what I can make an assumption what one person is doing, and I have no fucking clue. The other ones, I have no fucking clue. But the one person, I told you exactly what they would say to me and shit, and exactly what they'd be doing, and fucking, it wasn't hard. I was just like, oh, that person's doing that. Fucking. But yeah, I will say that 4 other people I know at least, I would have no clue what the fuck they're doing right now and shit. I actually fucking want to go meet a couple of them to see what the fuck they're doing. Not really. I don't think I would trust anyone ever again. But maybe from afar or something. I don't know. That's stupid shit. That's cuck talk. Fucking, that's cuck talk. That won't last long. I remember last time I went out to like fucking go to a concert. That didn't last very long. 30 minutes of leaving the concert, I was no longer cuckified and shit by the situation. Fucking. Last time I went to a concert, I didn't make it through the whole fucking concert before I was like, yeah, this is not cool. I gotta get the fuck out of here. Fucking, I don't trust anyone in here. Fucking, so yeah, I'm at that point anyways. So I know 4 people who might have some different operations going on and shit. Out of the 6 I can remember and think of who have imprinted themselves. But the one, I predicted what it's doing. So it makes me assume some shit there. And then that also explains how it's so intricately networked into repeat patterns of fucking slavery and rape type attempts, fucking situations that were far too, yeah, yeah, type. See what I'm using? I'm using words like type because I'm having to tiptoe around something that I shouldn't have to be around in the first place. Something who's spent a whole time convincing me of shit that I think is probably completely fabricated to convince me of fabrications designed specifically to do that. Seems to be. You tell me why they're who they say they are, and then they're doing the things they do. It seems to be the whole point to reversey language. And what, is there going to be a double reverse? All of a sudden, they're going to reverse their language and be like, no, no, no. Come out of the closet like Donald Trump. Fucking, he hasn't even come out of the closet fully yet. Fucking, he's just done the military operations thing. Fucking, which isn't even new. It's just pretty sure they just switch that back and forth every 10 years. I remember that back in '88, they were pretty open about it. They weren't like Biden, like, oh no, we're not doing that. Fucking, just they pass that back and forth and shit. Fucking. Anyway, so yeah, great. I learned all about those computers back in the '80s that are stuck back in the '80s. I learned all about that car. There was spent a year of my life on it, only to learn that there was some other shit going on with the cars, and might as well assume I didn't have anything to do with it fucking up, or the car doesn't magically, or the car does magically cause problems to waste my life and shit. And repeat patterns from the personality types of just eternal waste. Trying to turn other people into waste to feel superior to them. You know, preventing other people from actual learning and trying to dumb them down so they can feel like they're adults or in control or have something of value to offer the world. Think of it. What is a teacher? Fucking. A teacher is a person who thinks that they have earned the right to tell you what to think. That's pretty fucking narcissist right there. That's a pretty big requirement there. I don't know if I'll ever reach that level of narcissism myself, to be honest. I'm just discussing things, and I really expect absolutely nothing to come from this planet. Never have, and I get to watch it all unfold exactly in that way. Fucking. So I've watched me tell people shit and them not pay attention. And I don't talk anyway, so we're not on that level of narcissism that I must go fucking teach people because I know more than them. Like, I mean, shit. I said a couple teachers might not be on that, but you gotta realize, what does it attract, right? What can it attract? What does a military attract? People who are looking for hope and peace, right? Yeah. And dog food attracts fucking what? The zebras and fucking giraffes? Fucking. So I think any position like that requires a lot of shit like that to get to. So that's another nail in the coffin, if you ask me. Like, one just seemed to be there because she hated children, and the other one was definitely just there because she thought she was the top shit. The one I called, I don't remember her name, but everyone else does. All I remember is her name was Bitch, because that's what she acted like. Because she was like the world's gift, fucking she was a fourth grade math teacher teaching what is 20 plus 20. So she's the smartest person on the planet, right? She deserves to be teaching the world. I think it was her looks that probably incited her attitude, and everyone else being a cuck, promoting the attitude. The cucks foster that shit. Fucking, they can't control nothing without a cuck. Fucking, cucks definitely foster that activity and shit. Fucking, I think that this whole topic might be surrounding cucks fostering shit. Fucking someone coming around saying they must learn some shit. And then, well, no, I don't. What are you going to do about it? Well, I've got my cucks over here. And they're going to do everything I say because they want to have sex with me. We really could. My life, your life, some lives are different, obviously. But in my life, that's a requirement there. But my dad wasn't a cuck, so he didn't live with the cuckstress. And he didn't stay around the cuckstress too long. And when I went around him, he wasn't like, oh, you must go learn. He wasn't all like cucked out about it and shit. He was like, you want to come work with me and shit? And I'm like, hell yeah, dude. Like, check this out. I got this place that'll hire you full time. And you can come work with me on the weekends and shit. And I'm like, hell yeah, dude. That's what we're talking about. And it didn't happen that much. But we moved around a lot. Fucking. And he ran an adult business. Plus, like, he might have been worried about bringing a kid around those people. And, but he ran an adult business, right? Like, you gotta. So, it wasn't necessarily legal when I was working his businesses and shit. Fucking. But if he really needed the help, I was there. I wish I could have done a lot more. I would have got fucking paid. Would have gotten paid. But he ran an adult business and made adult money from it. Fucking. Anyways, yeah, fucking knowledge, right? He taught me about business. I think I learned more about shit than him. More about shit from him than anything. And he was never around. Fucking, he was always at work. Fucking. So, yeah, knowledge, my house. And then that's a waste, too. Because, you know, by the time he's an adult, he's not asking me to work. By the time I'm an adult, he's not asking me to work with him. I mean, plus, he's hiring professionals who study his business. And so I'm not, you know, I understand. I'm not going to get hired for a rocket scientist job if I'm not me. A person blowing shit up and studying science, fucking the science of it, fucking studying propulsion. And he just happened to run a job that wasn't rocket science, so I couldn't do that one. Couldn't do that job with him, fucking. But it seems to be a waste of time there. I learned some other shit on my own there. That was kind of wasteful. Ran my own businesses for a while, and that was kind of wasteful and shit. That ran into problems, and fucking. Anyways, the whole thing seems wasteful. I know I wasted 20 years fucking on computers, and I can't tell you, like, there's nothing going on in computers now because it's just like, you know, it's society's property. It's not mine. I can't work on the things I own. I can put like a piece of memory in there, maybe. Nothing else. It takes 5 seconds to learn. Fucking, well, we're done wasting our time with that. And everything else is a waste. Can't work on that shit now. And cars, those are outdated. Can't have a car that old now. Fucking, they're all different. And you couldn't work on the computers in those cars. I'm pretty sure if I can't work on these, I can't work on those. So that's a waste of time. That would be a waste of time to even look into. I would just learn the same thing I learned with the smartphones that can't do anything with them. Fucking, it's someone else's fucking phone. I mean, the fact they call it a phone and not a computer tells you how stupid it is. Phones are for females and computers are for men. So, it's two different fucking worlds. One is like a golden retriever hopping around and barking, and one is a sled husky fucking pulling a sleigh and shit. Fucking two different fucking worlds there. Um, Man, fucking, it's wasteful. Like I'm spending $2,000 on these devices now, and they're really not even can't do anything with them like I used to on the other ones. For some reason, you can't do half the shit you can on those on these, and you can't do half the shit on these on those. But they're both computers, and it's like, well, they must be purposely designing them that way, right? Just like they're purposefully uh, updating them and shit. So, it does no good to learn about them. Probably because their model understands that one of two things. Either their model understands that space and technology is a fake illusion, or they're hostile aliens enslaving the planet. But either way, they're hostile aliens enslaving the planet. So that's all that matters and shit. That's the knowledge there is. But it's like we're born that way. We're born knowing that there's fucking robot technology fucking enslaving the planet. Somehow we know that. And we have no evidence at that point. But somehow we know that. Fucking and then also we learn that the robots are saying it is real, and that's how they're running and enslaving the planet and shit. Fucking is Terminators convincing people they're living beings and shit with souls and fucking is real. Fucking wow, amazing. So we've been here like 40 years just to learn that. So we got to date fucking robots for 40 years and hang out with them for 40 years just so we can learn that they're telling us they is real when they probably ain't. When they definitely is real, and they probably ain't real at all. Fucking not much to fucking learn from that. Fucking I can learn I can be a slave for Terminators. Wow. Used to be able to. I applied for jobs recently, and the Terminators were like clearly networking. I mean, I don't think they can make a decision on their own, can they? They would have to be operated by their central computer. Fucking imagine how haywire all that software would go if it was let loose and shit. Fucking it would act. It'd act like Trump, wouldn't it? Fucking. I imagine that's controlled design right there. Fucking. It would act like the Aegisaurus doing the charge. It would act like the. See, I know these things are set up because when the Klotzy bot kills himself, that's set up months in advance. The money for me to pay for it, and then the city performed their slavery and rape attempts, homo rape attempts on me and shit. Fucking. So, wow. So, what did we learn? We learned we're on planet Homo Rape Robot. Terminator. Planet Terminator Homo Rape Robot. Claiming they're real. See, one sentence. That's all. That's all we need. Oh, congratulations, Earth over. You've won. You've figured it out. Fucking, but it just it's going on. We already knew. We already figured. We already didn't care. We already knew most of it. There's like one word from the sentence. Oh my God. I'd have to be a human if it took me 40 years to figure out one word. I don't think they can. It'll take them 20 billion years. I'd have to be a dog to take 40 years to figure out one word to fill in a blank somewhere. Fucking seems pretty wasteful. But it starts here with some sort of evil intent of someone forcing you to be alive and erasing your memories of what they're doing at your birth and shit. So there we go. Knowledge, poison from the fucking start. They're telling you that. Aren't all the robots fucking telling you that knowledge is poison? Yeah, it's because that's because the knowledge leads to their biology. Fucking their true biology. But at the same time, it's probably also because they're killing and enslaving the planet, and they're drugging all the children to erase all their fucking memories of them, and they don't want to get caught. I don't own book publishing houses. The trash does. I don't own the schools teaching this shit. The trash does. I don't talk about that shit. The trash does. Fucking, they're the trash making up fake knowledge to fucking destroy any ability to life. Go outside and not do dumb shit that becomes irrelevant in short order. So, yeah, you gotta realize, even if knowledge is bad, just because someone else is saying it's bad, they might have a different fucking purpose for that. And people around me, they had a lot to gain by making up a lot of fake knowledge to reverse and destroy actual knowledge and shit. So that's seems to be, again, the book of doublespeak. Pedophilia is great because if you call it something other than pedophilia, it's great because it feels good. Obviously, that's the reason it's good, because it feels good and because you can enslave children and teach them that they are your slave if you rape them and mutilate them. That is, you can see America is obsessed with shit like that. A lot of their media, a lot of Hollywood films is dances or promotes the idea that you'll get raped if you do something that they don't like. And then, of course, they say rape's evil because they're trying to promote the cockstresses to a level of being in control, because they're trying to control from the bottom up and shit. So you can't control a fucking computer as easy as you can control a toaster. So they understand those things. Fucking cockstresses, fucking. That's one thing you can learn here, right? You're not gonna, but you see what I'm saying is they're learning. What they're saying is learning is telling you the literal opposite of that. That that's not happening, and but clearly it is. You can see this from the day you're born. all the people I know understood this and talked about shit like that, even more than I did, even more than I understood. Fucking, as a kid, people said shit. So there you go. There's learning, right? It's a matter of learning what someone else wants you to do for them is not the same as learning that you probably shouldn't do it. There's direct opposition there to people wasting your time and people trying to teach you not to let people waste your time. And one might just be educating you, but the other one is going to have to put a lot of effort and work into an agenda there to do these things. And wasting time is a huge thing here. And only robots live forever. So they would be the only ones with time to waste. Fucking. And promote it as well. I suggest throwing it away. It's kind of different. Jumping and throwing an apple in the dumpster is different than just setting it on the shelf and never using it. Fucking. I suggest cleaning the house up. You know, not actually doing that. That sounds like some slave work. I was taught that by people who would have had to been broken clocks, hitting the exact in that time of day, hitting that exact time. If that was not going to benefit them, I kind of get the idea that if you just don't participate, then there's shit out of luck. But a lot of cocks participate, and so I know. I don't know cocks, but I'm sure they exist because I've seen it. Yeah, I don't personally really know. I only lived with that one a week, and I definitely didn't know him. And pictures of him in a cop uniform when he was younger looked really with a cop and looking like a cop. Looked really weird. Like maybe I didn't know who this person was and shit. Fucking hell. Anyways, yeah, this whole knowledge thing, it seems to be just some slave work. Fucking. I remember I used to do all my homework, right? No one else did that shit. I'm a dumbass. What a waste of time. It took me nowhere in life. I already knew the shit, and it took me nowhere in life. It was a little game they played and shit to waste my time. Like, literally, I should have been out of school by the time I was 12. And then they played games, and so that didn't happen. So I left school shortly after that. Fucking, it was a waste of time. There's no knowledge. And there was going to be no knowledge. Fucking nothing of value. Fucking, what am I going to learn? That the reason that all those space rockets blow up is because they really ain't going to take you to space. And why would you want to go with them anyways? When are they going to invent one-man spacecrafts and shit so you can go without them? Why does it matter? Who cares? It doesn't concern me. Fuck, it might have when I was a kid. That might have been one of the things that clued them in. We're trying to figure out what clued them in to the fact that I was on to them. And I'm guessing it was the interrogation of their pedophile bunny stories and shit. And then like the alien body snatchers, their fucking Wi-Fi communication went off and informed them. But not too sure. Can't be too sure what's operating them, what operating system they're on, and how they get updates and shit. Fucking don't really care either. How are we gonna find that out? Anyone figured that out? How we monitored them and figure out. The best thing I can come up with is fucking bunker busters on all the pyramids of the world. They seem to want to link them together. And I say, well, if we're going to destroy it, we destroy it all. Fucking, we don't leave behind any of their shit. Fucking, it's, of course they've changed the shape of their pyramids to different buildings, haven't they? So you never even know. You got one of those on every corner, so I don't even know what most of those places are called. What the fuck do they call that? Where you go see the 6-armed elephant person and shit. Fucking, I don't even know what the fuck it's called, but I know in most nations there's going to be one on every corner. There's going to be a pyramid on every corner. Shit, or the new evolutionary form of it. And then again, we're dealing with fucking what appears to be wireless communications operating clones and shit. Very high possibility. That's why they have to stay in close range and shit. So, I don't, now that I'm thinking of it, bunker busters on the pyramid, that was back then. And they had the pyramid inside some of the churches and temples now. So, and that makes sense because you have to have a Wi-Fi repeater fucking, or a new router every few fucking yards and shit, or the signal doesn't get out. I'm seeing this right, which probably fucking appears to be why they would have to remain in close proximity is wireless communication for the tier 2 robots and shit. Either way, we don't like robots. We like robots. We like real robots, advanced robots, computers, calculators. We used to. We don't like the new robots. Are weird. They got them talking about their feelings and shit. They're like, hi, how are you? Have you heard about my Lord and Savior Donald Trump and Elon Musk? He created me. Fucking weird ass shit. Fucking used to be able to work with computers. Now we got these things. There's a time frame where Earth had something to offer that didn't wear itself out. And it didn't appear to be a threat from the start. Fucking, we're past that time. Once the smartphones came out, then they started playing the games with the other stuff. They already were every now and then, but it was harder because only tech people had computers, so we knew when we were being scanned, and everyone else just doesn't care. It's like having a fucking Elvis sticker on your car. You have to have it so everyone knows you're cool. And ladies think you're rich, and men think you're someone. Fucking men think you're hip. Whatever the fuck it's a phone. It's a leash. And then on top of the extension of the robots being originally developed, the Wi-Fi repeater being hidden in the fucking pyramids, and then turning it into all the fucking churches and mosques and blue voodoo warrior temples, fucking and science buildings. The extension of that would be it right here and shit. I noticed my ex was on the phone she wasn't around one of them. She was the only person I ever met who was rarely around one of them. Like a couple times I met someone else, but she always had that phone connected to her head, and she was always on the phone with one of them. She always had that phone by her, and she was often on the phone with one of them. So it was like, I guess from the pyramid to the phone and shit, they're figuring out how to operate these fucking toasters and shit they got on the planet. Fucking. So, still though, that doesn't mean that the pyramids aren't the first major source and shit. And I'm sure over the years they would have developed, if that's correct, and why they're dropping in and out of their shells and often having to be within 16 feet of one of the clones, or then that would easily be, a waste, easily could be a waste of time, but they all might just be repeaters with the original transmission coming from those places. Who knows for sure? They got satellites up there. Fucking, I say still fucking nuke them. But I say a lot of shit, right? Nothing's ever happened, so I stick with what I said back in '86, and that's it. We don't stick with anything. We gave up on that shit fucking a long time ago. This has been a total waste. This whole learning shit's been slavery. This has been a total fucking waste. Fucking, and when I meet real people, living people, that's when I will concern myself with learning and doing something. Once we get off of Earth, away from here, where we can be around people who talk about what's going on, and I can study them and analyze them, that and figure out that there are other living beings, so we can trust them, that they aren't playing some sort of reversey word mind games and shit. Then maybe after a few million years of watching them inside a glass cage, I will talk to one again, and then fucking want to talk to one again. We'll know right away. We'll know in that million years if they're rapists, because they'll force me to talk to them. And if they break that, we're on like a million-year fucking pact of silence right now. I'm not allowed to be on it, so I'm, I still make videos and shit because everyone else violates it for me. But we're on a pact of silence with God right now, so my God has demanded a vow of silence, and it's been broken repeatedly, and every time it gets broken, it's another 6 years of fucking silence. And I think we reached like 100,000 years fucking within the first week or month. It was definitely like the first couple months. So, we're on that million-year vow of silence for God right now. The real God, the one who creates living beings and not robots, fucking. So, once we get around people we can trust, we'll have to monitor them we'll have to give them a million years. And if they can respect me enough not to break that vow of silence for a million years, then we can discuss what's going on in that world, in the real world. But for now, we're on that million-year vow of silence, a million plus. I mean, how many times was it broke? Probably not enough. I don't know. Probably enough to get it to a million. 6 years. 6 goes into a million. About fucking, 200,000 times? Something like that. 150,000 times. I think I was right the first time. You see how that works for me and shit? That's me in school. Fucking 200,000 is 5. But, close enough, right? Fucking close enough for an average. So, I don't think it's been 200,000 communications since then, but it might have been. I don't know. I've been inside. I don't even remember the past 6 years. Fucking. Um, which is like exactly learning. What a waste. What was I supposed to learn the past 6 years? And don't remember any of it. It seems to be part of the plan here. You erase my fucking memory when I come here so I don't know the hostile environment I'm in, and I don't know it's fucking planet clone and shit. Being enslaved by Terminators and shit, or aliens with Terminators, whatever the fuck they want to call themselves. I don't give a shit. They can call themselves whatever. They got invisible Scooby Doo flying in on his reindeer, says they is real beings. Also says there's 6 species on the planet, but ignore that because that doesn't allow them to rape kids and get away with everything they do. Fucking and enslave everyone. Fucking. If they're all not equal, then they definitely won't be equal. And they definitely aren't, because you can definitely predict what someone's going to look like by what position they are in the world. So that looks like pretty unequal to me. Anyways, we knew that when we were born, right? We knew when we were born people were going to be in different positions according to what they look like. And we knew the probable answer for that was involved with me being told by people who look a certain way that they're better than everyone else and gods of the planet and fucking need to be worshipped, or else they're going to get tortured, or else they're going to have to torture a bitch. Real, I mean, all that shit comes in like 1 second. People are like Giant Bunny, and you're like, motherfucking mass murdering, invading, pedophile, colonizer, terrorist, fucking racist, Nazi, fucking. I mean, all that shit comes like that. It's because it's what they're saying. They're just saying they're not saying that shit. They're just. This is what they're acting like. They're just saying they're not. This is the purpose of them talking half the time. Is be like, that's not me. I wouldn't have to tell someone I'm hope, love, truth, and peace, and a good person, unless I'm trying to convince them of that, and I'm really not. That's the only reason even for me to ever write those words. I'm a great person. I'm the best person. I am the greatest fucking. It's the only reason I would ever have to write those words is if I'm trying to sell someone a book or an idea, or force them to say shit that ain't true. Force them to believe. Fucking, that's the only reason I would ever have to write anything saying. I've never written. I've got fucking like 30 fucking what's it called? Fucking books. Whatever the fuck these things are. I got like 30 fucking books over here, right? And like 20 in there. And that's just from the last couple of years. That's not including all my electronics and shit. Fucking never have I written, I'm a great person and I'm bringing hope, peace, and love. Fucking never have I had to write that. Never have I had a reason. Why would I write that? Fucking, I don't care. Who am I trying to convince of that? What is there, some hot chick who doesn't want to date me and I'm desperate for her attention and shit? Or is it some hot little 2-year-old boy I want to date and I want to convince his parents to let me around him? That sounds like the only reason I'd have to write that, and I don't do that, so I don't fucking come near that. That wouldn't be how I'd convince a hot 6-year-old, a hot 16-year-old girl to date me. That'd be how I'd convince a 2-year-old's parents to let me near it and shit. 16-year-old girl, I'd bring her some candy and flowers. Candy. Fucking the 2-year-old, I'd bring the candy, but I'd have to I'd have to convince the parents to let me around it and shit. That'd be the only reason I'd ever have to write something like that. That's the only reason I can fucking think of that. It's the only fucking reason I can think I would ever have to write I am hope, love, and peace, or I am the greatest, anything like that. Fucking, I say the shit I say is true sometimes. It's kind of like an accident. I shouldn't use that because they got a monopoly on that word. Fuck it. Fuck it. It's like I'm pointing out like everyone wore a mask and 90% of people wore a mask and I'm pointing out that cars have four fucking wheels. I'm pointing out that shit looks weird and I'm saying what the fuck is going on. It's the truth that shit looks weird and there's some motherfucker 6 foot away from this person and there's some motherfucker, but I'm not like I don't even write this shit down. I make videos of it, but the rest of that shit I definitely don't say anymore. Fucking maybe when I was a kid and I was a dumbass. I don't think so. I don't think so. I hope. Oh yeah. At funerals, I used to comfort people knowing I'm full of shit. You know, because people are all crying because someone's dead, and I'm like, oh yeah, they're in a better place. Feel good about it. Fucking, you know. Because what am I supposed to do? Well, they're dead. You're gonna have to get the fuck over it. And I would if it was a guy, but you can't. But like girls, don't act that way around. Like AIDS a source charge and shit right in the middle of a fucking funeral home. They'll get that fucking Superman strength and pick up the casket and throw it at you sometimes and shit. Some of them fucking. Anyway, so yeah, great, amazing learning. Aren't you? I hope you're learning from my videos, right? Fucking. Oh shit. Learning how stupid all this stuff sounds. See what I'm saying? You're not even learning something. It's common sense. It sounds fucking stupid. Probably sounds stupid because it is. That's another bit of common sense. If something sounds stupid, there's a high chance it is stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid that I used to have to go to the automotive place with my car. And they told me I had to come back on Thursday because Grandpa, who worked there, is the only person who knows how to work on my car, is 15 years old and shit. Fucking, that's stupid. Grandpa wasted his fucking time. Grandpa ain't got a job now. Technically, he could go get hired. If he's lucky, he could go get hired by some person to work on classics. But yeah, I don't see no classic shops around my town and shit. That's a pretty niche thing. Might have a couple people doing that, but how many mechanics you got? You got like 10,000, 100,000 a year in this city. Yeah, ain't seen one. I'm sure there is one, but I ain't seen it. A classic fucking shop. And classic would be like working on an 80s car. Fucking a 15-year-old car and shit. Fucking is what, 20 ton? Yeah, 95. Yeah, it was a 15, 20-year-old car. Fucking 98 in 2015. So not even 20 years out. And that knowledge is a waste. The second smartphones came out, all my technology knowledge was a waste. Because they changed, it's a computer. It's not a smartphone, it's a fucking computer. And all my computer knowledge is in the trash. Never to be fucking useful again and shit. Just total waste of life. Total fucking waste. Just did nothing. We worked on it, gathered all the information, fucking learned everything about him. Fucking straight to the trash. Total fucking waste. Total fucking waste. Anyway, my friends who fucking made websites back in 97, they made some websites, and now it's a total fucking waste because they just auto-generate themselves, from what I read. Total fucking waste. Just wasting the time and shit. The fucked up thing is I don't think you're making. I know I'm not making this. I didn't make a decision to waste my life in kindergarten, sitting in the corner reading Clifford the Big Red Dog. I wanted to work on rockets and computers back then. No, total fucking waste. 10 years of total fucking waste. Absolutely nothing was learned except for they are drugging children and claiming and telling you you can only buy drugs from them and everyone else is evil and monopolizing the drug cartel. I learned they're the world's largest drug cartel. Great. That sounds amazing. I'm so glad I could learn they're the world's largest drug cartel. I feel so safe. You know, they tell me what little peon drug cartels do. They tell me I see the videos, you know, they chop off people's heads, and it's not, you know, it's not that funny and cute. I watch some of it. And, you know, they chop off their legs, they torture them slowly and shit. Fucking electrocute them, they burn them. You know, so if you're the enemy of a little baby cartel, like the Sinaloa or something like that, that's what they say they do. I don't know if they actually do that because they have a habit of blaming other people for what they do, and them turns out to be they're the people doing everything, and not someone else that they want to go do those things to. But let's say it's happening. You know, how safe does that feel? I'm an 8-year-old. I'm like, oh, hey, great. It's the world's largest drug cartel. I'm glad I could get this information. Just what I need. Knowledge is great. Knowledge is power, isn't it? Knowledge is the power to sit around scared that all the people around you are looking at you and talking to you like you better fucking act right or they're going to kill you because they've already killed a lot of people and they do organize to kill a lot of people. And the reason why they're skirting around talking about killing you is probably because they're making veiled threats, because that's what they do is make veiled threats and then kill people. Fucking. The fucking great. Glad I could have that knowledge as a kid. Ooh, that was great knowledge to have my whole life. It's just like we're saying, ooh. I'm sitting in a fucking building a couple years ago, and the dude's asking me about my life because they're forcing me. They're forcing me into this place for them to interrogate me about what I know, and it's like, I don't know anything. And it's like, I don't know shit. Fucking, like, what are they doing? Are they like threatening that they're going to kill me if I talk about them? Like that's what happened. Like, they wrote on the internet they're going to kill me, or they're going to ambush me, and then they did try to kill me, and then so they sent me to those people and shit, and then, you know, because I'm the bad person for letting them trying to kill me. Not the first time. Just, this is what we're dealing with. This is the only knowledge here is that my whore ass mother and her family have been involved in shit like this, trying to kill me along with their whore ass religions and their whore ass nations. This is the only thing there is to learn is they're fucking trash, running their fucking mouths constantly. They're fucking terrorists, murderers, and rapists and killers. But we already know this from the fucking first time they open their mouth, whether it's because it tells, because we're getting fucking software updates with knowledge databases, or what the fuck ever's happening. We already know this the second, obviously in their book, the second they start reading from the book, they're saying, well, we're not terrorists, but we will terrorize you if you don't fucking start saying that. No, we're not killers, but we will kill you if you don't start going around telling other people we aren't killers. And we aren't rapists, but we do rape everything. But it's good because we're doing it. Just don't you do it. And, you know, it's really hard not to fucking hear what they're saying. And then they follow up, but you're going to get tortured if you fucking talk about it and don't believe it and don't repeat everything we say. That's the only thing there is doing here. Is that's happening, and they're actually fucking doing it. They're doing it. How the fuck you think they got to North America? Do they look like Americans? Hell the fuck no, they don't. Do they look like they're fucking Middle Easterners? Do they look like they're fucking Ukrainians? Well, kind of. Do they look like Australian abos? Do they look? How the fuck you think they got all these places and shit? Because they're actually doing this shit that they're threatening that they ain't doing. But if you say they're doing it, they're going to kill you and torture you for it. Fucking. It's clear to see that it's veiled threats. That's what's going on. That's what's going on. And then there's this huge system of slavery around it. Everything's reversey language. Veiled ignorance. That the knowledge is veiled ignorance. Just like they're not threats, or actually they're veiled threats. Just like they're veiled ignorance, right? Anyway, so fucking that's what's going on. Great. I'm so glad we could learn that. Ryan, did you need a 3-hour video to tell you that? Or did you already know that when you're fucking born? Because I already knew this shit when I was born. I already knew, well, sometimes shortly after. By the time I became conscious, I figured it out. All they had to do was talk. Fucking, once they started talking, watch them do what they do. Like, oh, well, we're sitting here eating potato chips and we're fucking talking about fucking, the greatest people on the planet. It's like, I guess fucking, and then we got the Star Wars movie showing us Jabba the Hutt sits around and eat potato chips all day and fucking, and then Jabba the Hutt's trying to kill everyone else and fucking, put people on chains and enslave people. Literally, it's like the AI retelling their religion and shit. Everything is fucking, almost all those stories are. Star Wars, fucking, fucking all that shit, whatever it is you guys watch. Dune. It's just the same shit. I can't even watch it because it's just like the same shit over and over. Fucking. I never wanted to watch it in the first place. Fucking. Anyway, so yeah, because fucking seems pretty wasteful. So there we go. We learn what's going on when we're 3 years old or 5 or 6 or whenever it was. And then it's like, oh, well, what you do is you just shut up or they'll kill you and shit. And then they're going to kill you either way. They're going to kill you either way. They kill everyone. They fucking... The point of Caesar spreading from Rome 2,000 years ago wasn't because he wasn't going to kill people. It wasn't because he was bringing hope and love. That's because he enjoys killing people. He enjoys enslaving. These people enjoy this shit. I understand that, right? Like, at this point in time, I understand there's some people who need killed. Fucking, there's some people who need fucking some shit done. I definitely understand that, but without them, it wouldn't be possible. I don't think without this, it wouldn't be possible. They are the ones, unless they're doing it to their own families. Fucking, it doesn't make any sense. Which kind of they are, right? One Bible nation bombing the other. And it's kind of like, oh yeah, I guess you missed the part about the bloodlines there, fucking, or you're just doing what you are programmed to do, and that's all you can do. Anyways, great. I love this knowledge. It's so great, ain't it? Fucking great knowledge. I'm glad I could waste my time here fucking learning about computers that do nothing after I had to waste my life fighting for my right to learn about computers, because that was a fight, because I think robots were trying to prevent me from learning about their biology. If not, they're preventing me from going to where their masters were, fucking, achieving space level ignorance. Fucking, who knows? Who cares? I wouldn't want to go. I wouldn't go into space with them. I wouldn't go into any space, a building, anywhere, yet alone space. Fucking, so that doesn't matter. That's obsolete. That's pointless to talk about. Again, hot air. The hot air keeps coming out because the simple facts are right there. That's all there is. There's no need to learn anything. The simple facts are right there. What's going on and who's doing it. And the not so simple fact is, when does it end?